Barker. Evan, come on in. How are you, girl?
I'm great. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
I'm doing fantastic. This has been a long time coming, and I'm just super excited to jump into this. And just really quickly, before we get into it, tell our audience just a little background. I know that most of them have probably already seen the video, but if there's anything just from your own perspective, your own words, your background, how you got into the Democrat Party, what you did for them, and maybe briefly a little bit about why you kind of now are not somebody who's really on their side anymore.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
I didn't want to presume.
No, telling the truth.
Yeah.
So yeah, I originally started out working in Democratic politics when I was 17 years old. I'm in my mid-30s now. I'm younger than I look younger than I actually am. But I started out on Barack.
You don't look anywhere near 30, trust me.
Thank you.
Yeah, not even close.
As long as I can. But yeah, I started working for the Democratic Party when I was a teenager. I was born with a rare genetic lung disease similar to cystic fibrosis. It's called primary ciliary dyskinesia. So when I was a child growing up in Kansas and Missouri, I experienced what it was like to be denied health insurance based on my condition. And it put a lot of financial stress on my family. This was pre-ACA, so this was when insurance companies were still allowed to discriminate against people who had pre-existing conditions. And campaigned in Kansas as a field organizer, and then after Donald Trump was elected, started to get involved in Democratic fundraising, working on U.S. House races, U.S. Senate races, just all over the country. I was a senior campaign strategist for a very high-level national progressive organization, and then most recently worked for a fundraising firm based in Washington, D.C., where I did fundraising for a multitude of different candidates, high-profile progressive DA races that were backed by George Soros, U.S. Senate races, U.S. House races. So I have a long history and a lot of experience working in Democratic politics.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. And you mentioned Hillary. What are your thoughts on? I'm so confused. And Evan, you would know better than anybody. Why do they keep she lost to Trump, and her credibility and her ethos is not anywhere near. It wasn't even that great in 2016, 2015. I'm just so confused. Why do they keep trotting her out? And why do you think that the Democrats, are I mean, she has to have some kind of insider information about the kind of talking points, because she, to me, seems like, even more so than anybody else, like any of the celebrities or Obama, she, to me, seems to be propagating this very hateful rhetoric, even saying, quote, "We need to all be consistent and attack Trump, and we need to let everybody know that he is a threat to democracy." Is she really somebody that people, even of her own party, even the liberals, is she somebody that still holds high regard?
I mean, I think she actually is, especially sadly, and not for somebody like me.
That's surprising to hear that.
Yeah, I was personally appalled that she and Bill Clinton spoke at the DNC. I didn't like that either. But I think for a lot of party insiders and people that have been around a long time, especially donors that, have a long history with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, I think she does still hold quite a bit of power within the party. And I was actually appalled to see them bring Bill Clinton to Michigan to campaign for Kamala Harris, just given the horrible NAFTA policies that were passed under his administration. It was just
100%.
It's just so tone deaf, the fact that they can't even see that bringing a Clinton to a state like Michigan that was decimated by those policies economically and just doesn't play well. So, but right. I mean, I would bring these things up sometimes working in the Democratic Party and for different candidates, and quite frankly, a lot of people just don't want to hear it. They still don't truly understand why the working class has abandoned them. I think a lot of people are still in denial about it, actually, and they don't make the correlation.
Right. I want to. That's so. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. It's so. It's really really fascinating to me because you would think that they would have better. I don't know, better speakers or people who can actually convey actual substantive things rather than people that they've had in the past for so long that seemingly to me have not only not aged that well but also have really kind of shown their true colors in so many ways, and somebody who lost, I mean, defiantly to Trump. I want to talk about like you and your decision to actually leave and say, you know what, I'm done and I'm not voting for Kamala. Can you kind of walk us through the sort of moments that sort of, predicated on that decision? What were the moments that led up to that kind of decision? You know what? I can't do this anymore. I'm totally
Right.
done. If you can maybe convey a little bit of that buildup.
Yeah, of course. So I think a lot of people thought that this was a decision that I just suddenly made at the DNC, and in some ways it was. But I like to describe the process as slowly and then suddenly.
Right.
Because the truth is, I have been feeling more and more disengaged and disconnected from the Democratic Party probably since 2020.
And nothing's changed, right? Like it just keeps getting worse. It seems like.
It just keeps getting worse and worse.
You're not like, oh, maybe you've never had this moment, right, Evan? Maybe I made the wrong choice.
No. I've had just a sense of grief in my
Yeah.
heart over it
Yeah, of
because
course.
it was a part of my identity for such a long time, and I've lost a lot of personal relationships. But I don't think I'm ever going to feel like I made the wrong choice. I
Right.
know that it was the right
I
choice.
don't either. I don't think you did either.
No, it was the sense of relief. It was grief, but also the sense of relief that I got right afterwards as well from finally being able to express myself in that video that went viral. But I think slowly since 2020, I have.
I mean, I voted for Obama in 2012. So
Interesting.
I was somebody who was, I was on board, a decade ago or so. I was right when my son was born. So this is another reason why I shared your story, and your story just was so impactful to me and so many others, is because I think what you saw, and I don't mean to cut you off, I want to hear more, but I think like what you saw from an insider perspective,
Right.
it just gave a whole new window to the truth, and it was so well formulated in your thinking. And so yeah, I mean, you're not the only one, I think, and that's why I think this hashtag walkaway movement. And you see, I mean, I go on Twitter X pretty much every single day, all the time, and I see post after post. I've never voted in my life, or I voted Democrat my whole life. This is the first time I've ever voted Republican. You see Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That is huge, and they get Cardi B. What?
I saw that video
It's
yesterday.
insane. It's just
Yeah.
insane. She's looking at her phone. There's no conviction. There's no energy. You know what I mean?
Right. And your story is really similar actually to the people that are in my family. That I come from a union family, a majority union family in the Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas. I have to claim both sides area. And
I grew up in Indiana, so I'm a
right,
Midwestern.
so you know that. But so basically, yeah, my relatives used to vote Democrat, and I have people in my family that, like you, voted for Barack Obama and then switched to Donald Trump. And for the longest time, I couldn't really understand why they were doing that. It was sort of something like a topic that I avoided. But I think working in Democratic politics has really opened my eyes up to that shift. And I think for me, part of it was just getting frustrated, working behind the scenes, seeing candidates say one thing to donors and then publicly have a very different opinion. Okay, so that was sort of like the first layer of like undoing, right?
And you actually saw that firsthand.
I saw that firsthand because I was a fundraiser, and so a big part of the job as a fundraiser is to be on call time with candidates, 6 to 8 hours a day, where basically all what they're doing is just calling donors and begging them for money. And so I would work with candidates that would have one thing on their website. For example, they would say that they were for universal health care, Medicare for all, and then they'd get on the phone with the donor, and the donor would look them up while they were on the phone and question why they had that on their website. And then the candidate would respond and say something like, well, I just have that on my website to get small dollar donors. I'm not actually for that.
Wow.
We know that that's not a popular position. And so I just experienced this play out. That's one example, right? But experienced this sort of hypocrisy play out over and over again. And I feel like, especially the old guard version of the Republican Party, they've always been open about being the party of big business, right? And so to see Democrats be so hypocritical, and it just became extremely frustrating for me, basically.
Right.
And then after 2020, I don't know if you saw my most recent op-ed in Newsweek, I started experiencing what I felt was just the Democratic Party using racial tension and division in a way that was very nefarious.
Yeah. What did you think of Obama saying, basically reprimanding Black Americans?
I thought it was completely tone deaf and disgusting, right?
Wow. You wouldn't expect that from him, right?
Yeah, and I think there was also another clip of him saying, "How did we get so divided?" And I have the answer. I saw it firsthand behind the scenes. I know exactly how we got so divided.
Right.
But there's a whole industry basically of people in the Democratic Party that perpetuate and stoke racial tension to their advantage and to their benefit.
Right.
And so I experienced firsthand just a lot of people accusing me of things that were completely unfounded, and just saw how toxic it truly was behind the scenes. And even though I have come out and I've lost a lot of relationships and friendships from people that I used to know, I've also had a lot of people that have messaged me, or I wouldn't say a lot, but a couple brave people that have messaged me privately that I used to work with, who are like, "Thank you so much for saying this. It was so cathartic for me to read your op-ed, because I'm still going through this right now in Democratic campaigns."
Right.
And it's just so absurd.
And you know what? Obviously, your story has resonated with not thousands, not even hundreds of thousands, but millions of people. And you're a part of the Nez Nation family. We love you. My audience loves you. Your courage, your conviction, your marriage to your ideals and your principles is exemplary. And that's another reason why I'm so excited to have you on the show, and why I shared your story not once, but twice on our channel and our podcast. And I want to sticking to Obama just for a second, Evan, if we can.
Sure.
Is there anything that you can share? Obviously, Kamala Harris was not voted in as the nominee. There was no primary. She didn't earn a single vote. Was there anything that you were privy to, behind the scenes, being an insider that you are, that you were kind of open to, or that you observed? My gosh, they actually have tossed this guy aside, who's literally given 50 years, if not more. I remember as a kid, I'm a lot older than you. I remember as a kid watching this guy grill, Justice Thomas when he was nominated to be a Supreme Court justice. This guy goes back to the Stone Age.
Right.
He's given all his life to the Democratic Party, and they just tossed him aside like leftover garbage. Is there anything you can share? And obviously, I know you can't divulge too much, but is there anything that you can share, what you saw on how that whole thing played out of them ousting him?
Yeah, so I did have a friend that, and I'm not going to say this person's name, so I think it's okay to share this.
Of course.
I had a friend who actually went to the White House about a week after he dropped out, or was forced to drop out. Right?
Yeah.
And this friend got to go to the Oval Office with about a dozen other people, and they didn't even know that they were going to be meeting President Biden. I haven't shared this anywhere, so you're getting an exclusive. But this friend told me that President Biden was openly very upset and felt like he was just pushed aside because a couple of Democrats, and I'm trying to paraphrase what I remember my friend telling me, but a couple of Democrats got scared about a poll and then basically pushed him aside, and he was openly unhappy in front of them in the Oval Office when she talked to him.
Wow.
So I knew even at that point, you know, just from talking to my friend who is pretty high up in the party, that it was not something that everybody was on board with. And I think that a lot of people suspected that from the outside, but yeah, that was confirmation for me. I also learned later, and this is public information, that the same time, and I'm thinking maybe this is the poll that he was referring to, but Maureen Powell Jobs, the New York Times actually did a few weeks ago, a story about this, but she had her like person, right? Every donor has like a person that's, you know, that is their gatekeeper. He was circulating a memo to other donors, essentially, that showed that Biden couldn't win. And I know that Maureen Powell Jobs has an incredibly close relationship with Kamala Harris and has for a long time. I mean, even to the point that they've gone on vacation with each other.
And those of you, just really quickly, those of you who don't know who Maureen Powell Jobs is, she is the heir of Steve, she's the widower of Steve Jobs, and who essentially owns the entire trust, you know.
Huge big fish in the Democratic Party.
Right.
And so that was all kind of happening behind the scenes. And, you know, I think without the donors doing that, this is my personal opinion, without the donors circulating memos and banding together and withholding money, I did talk to operatives in the party that were fundraising at that time before he dropped out. And they were telling me that even candidates that were running for U.S. House, for instance, were not getting support.
Wow.
Donors were telling candidates that were running for U.S. House, we're not going to give you any money until Biden drops out.
Wow.
And so this, to me, is like this is why I said, like, after, I'm like, this is clearly proof. If you want proof of who runs the Democratic Party, like, look no further than
all the money.
It's the money. Yeah, exactly. It's the donors. Like 100%, it wouldn't have happened without them.
Wow.
So yeah, that was part of my disgust actually at the DNC. Going back to the DNC,
Please.
is Joe Biden did actually win. You know, he did earn votes, right? He was actually
14 million of them,
elected, right?
Yeah.
And to me, I mean, this wasn't obviously my only reason, but it did disgust me that they just kind of like threw him away.
Unceremoniously. Unceremoniously.
Yeah. Right. It's just like no loyalty, you know. And it also disgusted me because even though I didn't really have all of the information at that time, I suspected that it was in large part due to the donor influence in the Democratic Party, and that connected back to my own experience and just my own frustrations, right? So when I went there and, you know, I went up into the suites and I was volunteering, and part of my job was, you know, I had access to different parts of the DNC and the people that I spoke to, and to just meet so many people that were just drinking the Kool-Aid and going along with it and not questioning it at all. Even talking to other people that I knew from the progressive movement, right? Who were people that I think and I wasn't there in 2016, but that I heard in 2016 were, you know, dissenting at the DNC on behalf of Bernie Sanders, right? Talking to them and just hearing them say, oh, this is so great. Kamala Harris is going to be a progressive. She's going to represent our interests. And I'm thinking, she hasn't even put a platform on her website. Like, how can you say that? You know, it didn't make any sense to me. And I felt like I was the only person that I met there. Come to find out, there were other people there who felt the way that I did, but I didn't know them at that point voting time.
Right. They just didn't want to probably speak out, right?
Well, no, like Jimmy Dore, for instance, he was
Yes, I love Jimmy Dore.
I love Jimmy too, but I met him after the DNC, after the virus, and so I'm like, oh, I wish I had known you at that time. We could have hung out at the DNC. But yeah, so the majority of the people that I spoke to were just kind of just going along with it, and
I think he said that on Tucker. He said he was shocked. Jimmy was on Tucker Carlson. Yeah, and he literally said, like, I was walking up to people and saying, like, what do you have to say to me, who's maybe a little bit undecided? And they were literally saying, like, oh, we have nothing to say to you. You have to get on board.
Right,
and he said he was absolutely shocked. He's like, we don't really have any verbiage for you. And he's like, you don't have something to tell me, a story? And he said he was he said he was like you. He shared that he was crestfallen and he was chagrined and depressed. But he was more so that then it was trumped by shock. And I think that, like, what's happening, and please, I want to hear from you more specifically, that the left has gone so radically extreme left. Like the Democratic Party of RFK Jr., maybe 10, even 5 maybe years ago, and I'm sure you can vouch for this, it's unrecognizable today. It is the party of the squad. It is the party of Kamala, who is voted literally the most radical when she was senator, the most radical senator, even left of Bernie Sanders, if you can believe it. And you're seeing people like Joe Rogan, who voted for Bernie Sanders in 2016, say, this doesn't make sense anymore. It's just practicality. Like, it makes zero sense anymore. This is not the party that I grew up with. This is not the party of RFK and JFK. This is not the Democratic Party, even maybe of Obama and Clinton era.
Well, I will say this, and I'll push back a little bit. I think that the difference between Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders, right, is that Bernie has been consistently progressive his entire life.
Right.
He has integrity. Disagree with his politics or not, the guy has basically always been consistent.
That's fair.
Whereas, like, Kamala Harris, and I was working in progressive politics when she was running, or with some progressive candidates when she was running in 2019 for president, and we behind the scenes joked and called her a lip service progressive, meaning, like, she says these things, she agrees to
100%.
Sort of, but Kamala Harris, to me, she's not a progressive because she's nothing. She
doesn't stand for anything, right?
She doesn't have, like, an internal moral compass. It's just like she's an empty vessel for other people to project their beliefs and their desires onto.
I love the way you said that, and I just love that, Evan. That was so. Listen to that, everybody. An empty vessel. She doesn't have an internal moral compass. I think that is so eloquently put. Really quickly, you mentioned the donors and the money. I want to not forget this. George Clooney, the Hollywood elites. Is there anything? I'm not asking you to divulge names, but you got a guy who literally wrote the penultimate moment before Joe Biden technically, I guess, stepped down, if you could call it that. The op-ed that he wrote in the Times saying, this is not the Biden that I know. And literally a week before that, they gave the administration hundreds of millions of dollars, or I don't know what the exact amount was. It was a lot of money. Is there anything that you can share about kind of Hollywood and their kind of grasp or their power balance when it comes to the Democrat Party, the Obamas, the Soros, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, my experience with fundraising with celebrities, and I do have a lot of it, is that not so much that they're, and I never worked with George Clooney, but not that they really themselves give that much money to candidates, but that they're really good at exciting donors to get to candidates. So their influence is more just their brand and their name, right? But going back to George Clooney, I think, that op-ed really did sort of set off the domino effect of other people being able to openly, it was kind of happening more like behind the scenes at that point, and then he comes out with this op-ed and then it goes and it becomes more publicly like we're trying to like get this guy to step down.
Except for Robert De Niro, he's been very brash.
What did he say? I missed that.
Oh my gosh, De Niro drives me crazy because he's in literally 90% of the movies I loved growing up as a kid. But De Niro has literally become the sort of poster boy for the unhinged, TDS afflicted Hollywood celebrity.
Yeah.
He's gone on to say, he says, quote, Donald Trump should DIE, I can't even say it because he'll deplatform me. Donald Trump should be unalived and rot in jail. Like he's literally said that on camera.
Yeah.
And now he's got DiCaprio, who it seems like there's this whole kind of, I'm not going to give it too much credibility because I don't know, but there's a huge viral conspiracy theory that this is all related to P. Diddy and sort of the P.
Yeah, I haven't really I don't into any of that.
Yeah. I want to share, and I don't want to go too into that either, but I think there might be some credence to it, but I try to be very careful what I share with my audience until I do my due diligence. But Evan, I want to share this really fast. This is a tweet that you posted not that long ago regarding Joe Biden's statement that he made recently that all Trump supporters are garbage. You said, as someone who formerly worked, and I have the whole tweet here, as someone who formerly worked for the Democrats, please do not be fooled by the media's campaign to make Biden's comments about President Donald Trump supporters to be just a gaffe. The Democrats truly do believe his supporters are garbage. This is what they say and think behind the scenes. Joe Biden doesn't care anymore, as he said the quiet part out loud. I love this, by the way, because again, Evan just said, Nez Nation, listen to me very carefully. Evan just said something really poignant about Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has been consistent and he's stuck to his values. He has convictions. I can honestly say the same thing about Evan Barker, even though I don't know her more than just what I'm exposed to and what she's given the public. But I'm telling you right now, she's been consistent, and I love that. And I love this tweet. Evan, can you share a little more contextual background? Like, is there more you can say on this? Because the rhetoric has been it's funny. This is supposed to be the party of inclusivity. This is supposed to be the party of joy. Is this joy? Joy is so cringy to me too. Am I the only one that thinks that's cringy?
No, it was extremely cringy to me too while I was there. But yeah, just to contextualize, I'm originally from Missouri/Kansas, states that support Donald Trump. I have family members that support Donald Trump. And part of my frustration working in the Democratic Party was just hearing the way that other operatives and people that, were donors especially, spoke about people from Missouri and from Kansas. I've had people call where I am from Dumbbuckistan, that region of the country that elected Donald Trump. And these are people that have never even been to that part of the country, have no idea what their struggles are, have no idea that their local economies have been decimated by bad trade policies enacted by the Democratic Party. And I really do strongly feel that the Democrats look down on Trump supporters. Absolutely. I've experienced it firsthand when I was going to fundraisers in New Jersey and working them, and people, the first thing that they would ask me is, oh, where did you go to school? I tell them the University of Kansas, and they just immediately be like, oh, you poor thing, or you look like somebody who's from Kansas. I thought that they were all hicks out there, it's very open. And I think that there is this huge educational divide as well. And I think that a lot of the people that work in the Democratic Party, it's kind of like I was an anomaly, okay? I got a job in Democratic politics because I had this health condition and I told people my story, kind of like now actually, right? Where I'm just telling people the truth and telling them my story and people are being receptive to that. That's what originally got me involved in Democratic politics in 2008. But a lot of the people that I work with or have worked with had a very different story. Okay,
Mm.
they're from like California or New York. They're from they're from like a very like wealthy, well-to-do family, and so they got hooked into Democratic politics via donor relationships or family political connections or going to like a prestigious school or a private school or something like that. And so I think when the Democratic Party is composed, I think because the Democratic Party is mostly composed of people from those types of backgrounds, they don't understand the struggles of people outside of their little bubbles.
100%.
And they look down on people that are Trump supporters, and they say horribly offensive and disgusting things behind the scenes. And it's absolutely one of the reasons that I could no longer find myself identifying as a Democrat because it felt personally offensive to me.
Right, right. No, well said. And I'm telling you right now, I don't just call myself Professor Nez for kicks and giggles. I worked in the public sector as a professor. I've taught at many, many different universities. And probably the number one reason why I left was exactly what you just said. The hypocrisy, they're no longer, I'm telling you from firsthand experience, they're no longer learning institutions. They are totally stuffed their nose up to other people who think differently. They look down on everybody that you described, everyday, average, blue collar, middle class, hardworking Americans.
We're struggling.
And
Yeah.
and they spread, literally, they spread anti-American woke ideologies. I mean, left and right. I can't tell you, Evan,
I believe
literally,
it.
when I was working there, I would get probably 100 emails a week. And I'm not even kidding you. 100 emails a week on DEI, diversity. It's important you're saying this to your students. It's important you're inviting them to this event. It's important you take this training. It's like, my God, can I just teach my class?
It's
Yeah.
culty. It feels
Yes.
cold.
Yes. 100%. It's 100% culty. Hey guys, we're going to take some questions very soon. So get your questions ready. Obviously, members get top priority. Now would be a good time to be a member. So stick around. But definitely, we're going to be taking some questions from the audience. If you have any questions for Evan, make sure you let me know in the comments. Type a big capital Q and then your question, and keep it very try to keep it very simple and succinct, and I will ask Evan questions as I see them, and I'll bring your question up. So Evan, as we I love your background, love the contextualization. As we move forward, we're only a couple of days away. What do you think of? We haven't really talked about this yet. We talked about Biden. We talked about him seemingly sabotaging the entire campaign. It almost seems like a secret psyop.
I wondered.
I mean, he wears a Trump hat and then he says garbage. It just, and he also does, all his events are like literally the same time Kamala. Let's talk about Kamala for a second though.
Right.
So like, empty vessel is about as perfectly succinct as you can put it, and it totally echoes my feelings for her too. What do you think? I mean, what do you think? Do you think the Democrats are kind of regretting this? Do you take stock in the polls? Like, where do you see Kamala? And is there anything that you can share as somebody who's been a part of this organization for such a long time that maybe most people don't know about her?
I never worked directly with Kamala Harris. I know that there's been a lot of press articles. I was honestly hearing things in 2017 and that she wasn't like a great person to work for. And I know
I heard that too. I actually heard that too.
Yeah, I was hearing that in just through the grapevine of the party, but I've never personally worked for her. Thank God. But
thank God. Yeah. She seems. I mean, honestly, like, I feel like I'm first of all, let me curtail this by saying there's a lot of things I'm bad at, but I think one of the things I excel at is I'm a very good judge of character. It's my job to read people. I've worked in communications, I've taught speech, I'm a public speaker, et cetera, I'm a broadcaster. And I can tell you right now, her mannerisms, her gestures, her persona, her evasion, and her completely nutbag word salads, just all to me point towards somebody who is completely vapid and vacuous.
I feel like both you and I could do a much better job of responding to these questions.
100%. 100%.
And neither of us are running for president of the United States, so it's quite interesting, actually.
Do you think they regret? I mean, they could have had a primary. They could have had a quick primary. I mean, she was like last place in 2020.
I would love to say that I think that I think that they regret it. I would love to be able to say that, but I think the Democratic Party is a party of hubris, and
well said.
They don't regret much, to be honest with you, and they will point the finger at every other group of people before they ever point it back at themselves. And so I think even if she loses, I'm being honest, like if she loses in a few days, I don't think that they'll blame themselves, sadly. I think that they will say, well, she wasn't given enough time to sell herself to the American people.
Wow.
She just didn't have enough time to lay out her case. I think that they're going to be more likely to blame Joe Biden than they would themselves or her, or Jill Stein or whoever else, right? And so, I think it's sad, and I think it's part of the reason that we saw what happened to Bernie in 2016. We saw what happened to him in 2020. It was like another situation, right, where like he had all this momentum, and then like they are, and this is something that I've observed just as an outsider of the Republican Party, and I've told other people this. I feel as an outside observer, the Republican Party is more open to dissent within their ranks.
Yeah.
Because somebody like Donald Trump, who is the anti-establishment candidate, basically in every sense of the term, right, would not have been able to have become the nominee 3 times now, right, without them being more open to dissent and allowing the will of the people to be reflected in their choice of who to represent them. And I don't see that with the Democrats. I feel like the Democrats have these people at the power, these operatives, these very powerful operatives, these very powerful donors at the very top, and they've been entrenched in the party for a long time. It's part of the reason that Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton are still trotted out to sell Kamala Harris to the American people, despite how crazy that seems to people like you and I. And so, no, I don't think they're going to do much inner reflection at all.
They'll just be pointing the finger everywhere else but themselves.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of the things, do you have time for a few questions, Evan?
Yeah, let's do it.
Awesome. So one of the things, before we get to the questions, and we got some great questions lined up here. One of the things that I've always tried to not only teach my students, but my kids is, I always ask them this question: have you ever been around somebody who, maybe a friend or whatever, relative, who everything that's going wrong in their life, they've pointed the finger at everything else except themselves.
Yeah.
It's either their boyfriend, their husband, their wife, their work, their boss, the guy down at CVS or whatever. The government, the president, they never ever. How do you feel when you're around somebody like that? And I think the answer 99% of the time comes back, it doesn't feel good to be around somebody like that.
No.
And so to Evan's point, the fact that they're probably going to get, knock on wood, a big giant L on November 5th.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing that could probably happen to them, quite honestly, could be to get a big giant L. Yeah. They need to take some time, some stock, some introspection, for the love of God, and say, what in the world happened? How did we get here? And I think they'd be smart to talk to people like Evan. I think Evan would eloquently be able to convey, this is exactly what you guys did wrong and what you should do better in 2028. Evan, we got some great questions here. Raindrop in Texas said, I've heard if Trump wins, they are planning on fighting the results. Do you have any intel on that?
The Democrats are going to fight the results?
Yeah.
I don't have any. I'm sorry. I don't. There's something Raindrop in Texas. Nobody talks to me anymore, hardly. I've got.
It's a great name for a channel, but yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of people that talk to me, but the majority of the people that I know from that world, ever since Well, the viral video, they were still talking to me, but after Fox News, especially, which is about a week later, I just got messages saying that people were disappointed in me and they didn't understand what I was doing. And so I don't have any intel. I don't have any intel.
Do you think they will fight it if they lose?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it were
Right.
like an Al Gore sort of situation. I don't know.
What do you
Like,
think of Raskin saying there was a video that went viral of Representative Raskin, who I think is such a rat, who said we're going to not certify it. We could potentially not certify it if Trump wins.
I haven't seen the clip, but
Okay.
I think obviously
You wouldn't put it past them though.
extremely hypocritical if they were
Yeah.
doing that. So
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't really have a comment on if they're gonna certify or not certify or
No problem.
fight the
No
result.
problem.
I don't know. It's just we're talking hypotheticals, so I
Yeah.
have to see how everything plays out. So.
Right. I would say it wouldn't surprise me if they do. Thank you, Raindrop in Texas. Sounds like a great name for a band too. Raindrop in Texas. Boba Fedge Jonovich Rakowski says, and this is a good one because I've had this. Hey, Evan, have any of your family or friends disowned you because of what's happened to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
So
Do you care to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so luckily my family has been extremely friendly. I mean, my family is, like I said, the majority of them are people that used to vote Democrat and now vote for Donald Trump. So my family's super happy. They're like, thank God she's seen the light, you know, that old song, I've seen
Yeah.
the light. Yeah. So my family is behind me totally. I think what's been really hard for me has been personal friendships and relationships.
Oh, right.
And also people that that know me where I live now but don't know me super well, right? But maybe have seen me on the news or something and have these preconceived ideas now about who I am. That's been difficult. And so yeah, I've had a lot of like interpersonal relationships with friends that I have a friend that I've known for 10 plus years that, you know, doesn't speak to me. I have friends that were at my baby shower a couple of years ago that have completely stopped speaking to me.
Oh my gosh.
So,
you know, I remember living in a country where the America that I grew up in, if you disagreed with somebody politically, you didn't for the love of God, you didn't I mean, you were able to disagree. You were able to respect each other still. I mean, what do you think's happened with that, Evan? You think it's because of Trump? Like, you're going to blame Trump for everything else?
No, I mean, I think the Democrats are honestly more to blame. Like, I think that they're the party of censorship, and you know, it's just really sad. Like, people shouldn't be afraid. I was watching this video of Vivek Ramaswamy talking about how Trump supporters or people that vote Republican are honestly more discriminated against than any other group, especially in the workforce. And maybe it's just because of where I live now. Like, I live in the Bay Area in California currently. And I think that that's absolutely true. It is so much more controversial, right? To say that you're a Trump supporter, or to say, even if you're not a Trump supporter, if you're just not down with Kamala Harris, right? To say that is just so much more controversial and can get you iced out of social groups and social situations, and can potentially lead to repercussions at work or whatever. You know, it's sad. It's like it feels sort of fascist or totalitarian, to be honest with you. And I think
100%.
And that's another reason why I feel disenchanted with the Democratic Party and made the decision to leave. I feel like we've gotten to a place, and I've got to say, as somebody who used to live in Kansas and Missouri and was very open there about working for the Democrats, because I was, you know, and I would speak to conservatives and Republicans all the time, I never, ever, ever had the amount of like visceral hatred that I've had from Republicans and conservatives when I lived in red states and openly worked for Democrats. I never got the amount of hatred for them as I am now from the left. And that is just the honest to God truth. Yeah. And it's sad. It shouldn't be like that. You know, right. We live in a country where it's beautiful that we can have disagreements, and that I'm even allowed to go on your show right now and talk about a former political party that I used to work for and say that I'm not that I'm no longer supporting them. Like that's a beautiful thing about this country that so many people take for granted. And it's sad that it's like morphed and it's starting to become, the opposite of what America represents to me. So
Right, right. No, I absolutely, 100% agree. 100% agree. There needs to be civil discourse, and there used to be civil discourse. And just because somebody is voting for somebody, that doesn't give you the right to just spew this like outright bold-faced maliciousness. It's malicious.
it's malicious.
And
I've had
and do
people
you
say you're a failure at life, and that's the only reason why you're. And I'm thinking, actually, if only you knew. Literally 2 weeks before I posted my viral video, I had a major Democratic organization that was trying to recruit me for a very, very high level job. Okay, I wasn't a failure at all. I'm not sour grapes. I didn't want to do that job because my heart was not where it should have been, to be able to do that sort of job effectively. I truly was pushed out of the party because of how they changed. And I don't feel like I've changed. I feel like I'm still anti-war. I'm still pro-people. You know what I mean? I'm still like pro-freedom of speech. Like I'm all of those things. But I feel like the Democratic Party has completely changed. So.
I mean, Kamala has actually gone on the record of saying that Elon Musk and Twitter, they should have moderation there. They are spreading misinformation when she literally every time she talks, like literally every time she talks, she lies. She talks about Project 2025. She says he's going to use the military against that. That is first of all,
he's already disavowed Project.
Project 2025 was the
word. Like good luck with that. I don't even. It's
insanity. Okay, so you have been absolutely fantastic, Evan. This isn't going to be the last time we see Evan. I promise you guys. We are going to get her back on the show because she is brilliant. She's awesome. She's courageous. She's brave. And she, to me, is a true American. It makes me proud because I'm ages older than she is. And it makes me so proud, being a father and a husband, to see young people really step up to the plate. And Evan, we just appreciate you so much. And I just can't thank you enough for being on our show. I want to give you the floor, sort of the last word here, and then we'll say goodbye. Is there anything that you want to say to our audience? Anything that maybe we haven't talked about? Anything that's on your mind? You have the floor.
I mean, I'll just depart by saying that if something doesn't feel right, to not be afraid to let it go and to get it out of your life. And I think that that's the biggest thing that I've learned over the last couple of months is that even though it may not be the easiest thing to do, the most self-rewarding and freeing thing you can do is to just distance yourself and let go of things that no longer feel right for you. And that's the definition of having convictions and having an inner moral compass. And so just never be afraid to do that in your life. I think it's really, really important. And I don't regret anything that I've said.
That's an awesome message. That is an awesome message. Thank you so much. And is there anywhere that you would like the audience, let us know, is there a website or a link or whatever? I will definitely put that in the description of the video, but you can tell us right now on air. Is there anywhere you'd like to, where people can find you? Tell us where.
Yeah, find me on X. X at Evan, that's E-B as in Victor, A-N.
I have my X on my handle.
X at Evan, W-C-H. I think I'm being suppressed on TikTok, so I'm sending people to my X now.
Oh my God, TikTok's the worst. I've had so many accounts banned because I talk about the politics. And I have so many people stealing my videos and monetize. I mean, I can't tell you. You search Professor Nez on TikTok, Evan. I mean, TikTok's a waste. If you search Professor Nez on TikTok, there is literally 100 accounts stealing my videos and they have hundreds of thousands of
They
views.
get tons. I know, it's really frustrating. So
it drives me crazy. They don't have a copyright infrastructure like YouTube does.
Yeah.
And Rumble is getting a lot better at that. So I like Rumble and YouTube and X for sure. Okay, Evan, thank you so much. Please keep up the good fight. And I just want to say thank you again for joining us. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. This video will live in perpetuity, and so it's going to be on the replay. Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad. No, I'm kidding. Evan's like, can you delete this? No, I'm kidding.
No.
But it's gonna. We're really happy to have you. Seriously, we're super grateful. And thank you again. Hopefully, we can have you on again.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much, Evan. Okay, guys, that was absolutely awesome. Evan Barker on the show. That was terrific. Thank you guys so much. Now I'm gonna switch this over. I'm gonna do a shout out to all new members and all super chats, and then stick around if you're a member. After I give shout outs to everybody, if you are a member, we're gonna be doing, because we had a huge milestone recently. I mean, we're already at like 420,000, I think already. I can't even tell you, but I'm going to switch this over to members only after I do shout outs, because we're going to do a giveaway. What we're going to probably do is we're going to do a massive giveaway because, quite frankly, probably Professor Nez is the greatest YouTube channel on planet Earth. I absolutely love this guy. I get all my news from Professor Nez. He's not nasty like Kamala or Trende Aragua. So we're going to do a huge... Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you. And vote like your life depends on it, for the love of God. Okay. But I'm going to give shout outs to everybody, and then we're going to switch this over to members only. So if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on Rumble, come on over to YouTube, become a member if you want a chance to win an Amazon gift card, some merch, or whatever else I have planned. You're going to have to come on over to YouTube. I want to give a big shout out to my man, Jim Barron. I got to say, Jim Barron, you and Laura are probably going to get honorary Amazon gift cards because you guys are just phenomenal and they work so hard. Everybody give a big round of applause for Jim Barron and Laura Tilford. Now, I'm not saying I don't appreciate our other mods. We have amazing mods. We've got the best mods in the business. Robert Winsome, Howie, China Baby, MG. We got so many amazing mods in the house. I'm not saying that, but Jim and Laura do so much for us behind the scenes that it's almost incredible and impossible to quantify. So, JB, I love you to death, brother. You are the man, the myth, the legend, and it's always great to see you. Robbie Reeder, who's another new mod, who is proving that he is awesome as well. Robbie Reeder, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Robbie, you are absolutely phenomenal. How are you, sir? He says, let's go. Best channel on YouTube. You better believe it. I mean, where else are you going to go? You guys, I'm not just, some YouTuber or live streamer. I have worked with these people. I know these people. I have worked with some of them. I don't just call myself Professor Nez for kicks or even giggles. I have been a professor at some of the most prestigious universities on planet Earth. Not Earth, Earth. And so let me tell you something. I know these people. I've been commissioned by my university to go meet with these people. Everybody that Evan is talking about, I can tell you right now, I know firsthand experience myself. So make sure that you subscribe, sign up for our free newsletter. It's in the pinned comment. Robbie Reeder, love you, brother. Thank you for being here. Dale Davis in the house. How are you, Dale? Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Afternoon, Nez, watching at work, no rest in EMS. Thank you so much for your service, Dale. I appreciate you. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. I hope to God you're voting for who I think you are. Dale, thank you so much. And please don't work too hard. Thank you so much. Well, unless there's an emergency, of course. And work your butt off. Draco771000 became a brand new YouTube member. Draco. Can I call you Draco? Draco, welcome to the greatest family on planet Earth. Welcome to the greatest online community on planet Earth. By the way, new members. So number one, you get a ton of benefits for being a new member. Not only are you supporting America, because this channel is all about America, showing the truth. Legacy media is dying. CNN, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, my God, what an awful station and network that is. They are dying. They're dead. It's over. It's all over. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Even Jeff Bezos, in his op-ed piece in the Washington Post, said, we really are doing a terrible job because mistrust and distrust in the woke, fake mafia media is at an all-time low. And for good reason. You did it to yourself. This is a mom and pop media organization. I do my own due diligence, qualitative and quantitative research, and I speak from experience. I've got the greatest partner in crime, my wife, who is the most brilliant researcher on planet Earth. You get the truth here. I share the objective truth. Everything that we share on this channel, you don't see anywhere else. And you get firsthand eyewitness accounts. So, of course, this is the best channel on planet Earth. And so you're supporting that. That's just one thing. That's one thing. Number two, you get automatically registered into our live stream giveaways. I'm going to be conducting a live stream giveaway in about 15 minutes. So stick around. So you get automatically registered for that. Only members can participate in the giveaways. You also get access to our members-only Discord, which is filled with like-minded patriots, like-minded people, intelligent, smart, amazing human beings. Oh, I got to make sure my pin show. How do you guys like my pin? Nobody comments on the pin. Hello, American pin here, patriot, for the love of God. Comment on the pin. Give me a flag emoji right now if you love the pin. As well as you get badges, special access to badges, engagement boost, comment boost, top priority answers in questions and live Q&As, which we just had. And you also get top priority comment responses. So you get a whole lot and more when you join Nez Nation. If I were you, I would click that join button, or one of my mods will share the link to actually join. So welcome, Draco, and everybody else. Please remember what I just said. Jim Barron, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you, Jim. You're the best. There's nobody better. Robbie Reeder, thank you so much for saying, thank you for sharing Evan. Wasn't Evan great? Evan's a great guest. And she really has insights to the DNC caucus. So it's fantastic to have her on. Thank you, Robbie. Mary Radcliffe Rosansky became a brand new YouTube member. Congratulations, Mary. Congratulations, Uncle Martin 62. Welcome to the family. Boba Fedjonovich Rakowski gifted 5, not 1, not 2, but 5 Professor Nez memberships. God bless you. Boba Fedj Rakowski. Thank you so much. God bless you. You are the best. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Uncle Martin 62. Everybody give a round of applause. Holy macadamia nut. We got a $50 super chat from Uncle Martin 62. Truly humbled by that. Thank you so much, Uncle Martin. You are amazing. China Baby, who is also one of the best mods in the business. China Baby just gave us a $5 super chat. She says, let's turn it all red. I couldn't agree more, China Baby. Let's turn it all red. Yeah, Mamacita. Love it. Thank you, China Baby. It's great to see you as always. Robbie Reeder, you're killing me here. Exclusive. Thank you for sharing. Robbie, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. You're amazing. Double R squared in the house. Ivan Popovich. Thank you so much, Professor Nez, always bringing and telling us the truth. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I love you, girl. Thank you for being here. Amazing gift. Thank you so much. Jan Cott for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Jan. Trump Vance and team will win for America. They need to. With all intents and purposes, again, knock on wood, anti-jinx, everybody.
Planned Parenthood affiliates of California Votes need you to know that instead of focusing on fixing problems, our Congressman Mike Garcia repeatedly co-sponsored a bill to ban abortion nationwide, including here in California, even in cases of rape or incest, even when a patient's life is at risk. It's dangerous. So dangerous, it would even ban IVF. Mike Garcia, too dangerous for California, too dangerous for Congress. This November, Garcia's gotta go.
Knock on wood, anti-jinx. Everybody knock on wood right now, or rub a rabbit's foot or something for the anti-jinx. Or just type in anti-jinx in the comments right now. There's no way. My fellow Americans, this nation, there is literally no way in a million years. Kamala can't win. The only way, quite frankly, probably the sole way that she could win is if she cheats. You heard it here first. Look, we've got everybody going. We've got the entire country. This is a movement. It's not just it's not a small thing. It's a big thing. It's a beautiful thing. Quite frankly, probably the biggest, most beautiful thing we've ever done in the history of our country. And you heard it here first from Professor Nez. I love him. You should love him too. Make sure you subscribe, tap the thumbs up. Quite frankly, everybody should tap the thumbs up. The only way she can win, Kamala, is if she cheats. It's a fact, but she's not going to win because we're too big to rig. We got to make it impossible to rig, so vote. Thank you, Jan. Thoughts on the Trump impression? We're having fun now. Hello, we're having fun now. Thank you, Jan. You're the best. Thank you so much. Boba Feds, you're killing me. Have any of your family or friends disowned you? Yes. And Evan said that too. I did use your question. Thank you. Jim Barron with another gifted membership. Jim, God bless you, sir. God bless you and your family. I can't thank you enough, man. JB, you just warm you warm my heart every single time, man. Every single time. Thank you so much. Bernie Cipoletti, how you doing, Bernie? BC in the house with the $5 super chat. Thank you, BC. Professor, you do the best Trump impression. It gets great when you need water. Thank you, Bernie. As a matter of fact, I need water right now. Thank you so much, Bernie. You're the best, man. That's so cool. Bernie, you're awesome. You are awesome, Bernie. Love seeing you, man. Angie Warren, it's great to see you. Congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause for Angie Warren. 5 months. 5 months. Angie Warren, you're an OG now, girl. You are an OG. RL in the house, Robert Littlejohn with the $2. Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate that. Yeah, tap the thumbs up, share this with everybody you know. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that, Robert. Just in the nick of time with the $2 super chat, Trump, last chance to save USA. Now please vote ASAP. Just in the nick of time, as usual. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I love my pin. Thank you, just in the nick of time. Bad Boy Automotive, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Bad Boy Automotive. Goddess of Truth in the house, GOT, gives a $10 super chat. Thank you, GOT. Have you been following Glenn Beck in his series, Election War Game Exposed? Do you think we should watch the documentary he spoke about? Yes. I'm a big fan of Glenn Beck. I think he's incredibly smart, intelligent, insightful. I highly, highly recommend checking out Goddess of Truth, Glenn Beck. Okay, if you're not a member, you're not going to be able to participate. So if I were you, I would become a member. So I'm going to end the stream on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, now would be a time to come on over to YouTube, because we're going to be conducting a live stream giveaway right about now. Beyonce, dance party with Beyonce. How many people have heard that song? It's so good. Facebook, come on over to YouTube. Professor Nez, I'm at Professor Nez everywhere. Come on over, links in the bio. So Facebook is gone. We're going to say goodbye to Twitch. Come on over, Twitch, to YouTube if you want to participate. Become a member. And for you, Rumble, come on over to YouTube. Come on over to YouTube, Rumble, at Professor Nez. Just go and open your YouTube app or on your laptop and just type in Professor Nez. You'll see our channel there. Come on over, become a member so you can participate. Okay, I am going to be changing this to members only, and we are going to be giving a giveaway. First, let me give some context. So I got to give some context. Nez, why are you doing a members only live stream giveaway? Well, first of all, I actually do a lot of random giveaways too. You can ask Laura, you can ask anybody, you can ask JB, you can ask Ronnie from Tennessee. Ronnie from Tennessee, it's fantastic to see you, girl. Great to see you. So you can ask all of them. I do random giveaways all the time, but today is completely different. Today we are celebrating a huge milestone. Okay, why? Because we recently passed this. Not that long ago, actually. We recently passed 400,000 subscribers. We're now at almost 420,000. So I had a lot of stuff come up with family, Halloween, yada, yada, yada. It just got so busy. There was too many things happening in the news that I needed to cover. So it just, things didn't work out. I like to do them as close as possible when we pass the actual milestone, but I wasn't be able to. You guys, look at me real fast. Do you understand what this means? This is huge. We have almost 100 million views total on this channel. 100 million eyeballs have seen our videos. Over 400,000 subscribers. We are so close. I truly believe we will get to 500,000 by the end of the year. 500,000. We are a legit media organization. We are the fastest growing channel in the entire ecosystem because of you. And I just want to say thank you, and I want to say I love you, and I appreciate you guys. And yes, Robert, that's exactly what it means. Our team is winning. Our team is winning. And with your help, well, Nez, how do I help? By liking the video, which doesn't cost you anything. It's free. Just like the video, watch the whole video, and share it. That's all you gotta do. Very simple. There's not much to it, man. Hey, man, it's not here. I'm gonna do my best impression of Kamala, who changes accents all the time. It ain't that much to it, man. It ain't that much to it, man. All you got to do is you got to watch Professor Nez, and you got to share, and you got to tap the thumbs up. It all costs you a whole lot of nada. It costs you Nathan, settle, nada. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. So, I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. Just watch, tap, and share. Watch, tap, and share. Watch, tap, and share. It's very, very simple. And so here's my way of saying thank you to you. And wow, we got a $20 super chat from Juan Morales. Juan Morales, thank you so much. He says, great job, Professor Nez. Cheater Kamala. She cheats. We all know it. Quite frankly, probably she's the biggest cheat in the history of politics, which is why I watch Professor Nez, because quite frankly, Professor Nez tells the truth, and he knows that I'm the best man for the job. Thank you, Professor Nez. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you. You know, I've said this many times. Thank you, Juan. I've said this many times, and I'll say it again. There's no way. There's no way she can win. There's no way she can win unless they do something nefarious. So thank you so much. Bad Boy Automotive, welcome to the fam. Make sure you, oh, by the way, well, Nez, how do I get access to the members only Discord? There's a link on our community tab. There's a post just for members. So once you become a member, you'll be able to see it. And then you click on that link and you can join our membership. Now, if you're finding that to be difficult, reach out to Jim Barron or Laura Tilford, our main mods, and they will share the link with you, okay? Thank you so much, BKW, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you bringing the real. Yes, 24-year union firefighter that will never again vote another Democrat. God bless you, BKW. God bless you, and thank you so much for your service, and thank you for having common sense. Thank you so much for exercising your sovereignty as a long-standing American and somebody who's engaged in public service for multiple decades. You have exercised critical thinking, and I can't thank you enough. Welcome to the family, BKW. Thank you so much. Hey, Marlene, it's great to see you. Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker, Marlene. And thank you, Simone K, 1977. That's a good year. We're the same age. Dance Pate with Professor. Yeah, you better believe it. We're giving away. So what are we going to give away here? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to give away. Since we passed 400,000 subscribers, I'm going to give away 4 $50 Amazon gift cards. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give away 4 $50 Amazon gift cards today. Today. Not tomorrow, not next week. Today. So, and you know what? I might just, we do have a lot of amazing new merch that you got to check out. I saw that, Robert. Robert said, I want a hat. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we do have a lot of amazing merch. So check this out. Let me just share the tab here real fast. Just in case, and by the way, the link is in the pinned comment. If you click on that link, you will see there is it's almost like a link tree, you'll be able to open it up and you will be able to see, look at these new designs. We got Christmas ornaments. We've got brand new amazing hoodies with the design. Kamala broke it. This is an original design made in the USA. This hoodie in multiple sizes, multiple colors. I'll tell you which one is my favorite. This one's a good one. But we have it for women too. But I think my favorite design, look at this hat. Look how cool this hat is. Kamala broke it, Trump will fix it. This is original design, y'all. And you can change the color. You can do camo. Look at this camo hat. Look how cool that is. It's a trucker's hat. Kamala broke it, but Trump will fix it. So you've got to go. Maybe one of my mods can share the actual direct link of this. But yeah, so should I give away a hat or two as well? Let me know in the comments. Isn't that sick? That is absolutely sick. I love it. So we got hats, we got hoodies, we got brand new shirts. Here's my favorite. This is just my personal favorite. But here's this awesome brand new hoodie. Winter's coming up. Kamala broke it, but Trump will fix it. An original design from Professor Nez. Quite frankly, probably the greatest hoodie on planet Earth. Made in the USA. You can't go wrong. Buy now. It's for sale in our shop. You know what? I might give away. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do because I just love being a game show host. It's kind of my secret. It's just what I love to do, right? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give away a hat. I'm going to give away a hoodie. And I'll give away a Christmas ornament as well. Because these take a while. This isn't Amazon. You're not going to get these for a couple of weeks because they're made to order. So this is an Amazon where you get it the next day or whatever. I'm going to give away a hoodie. I'm going to give away a hat. And I am going to give you a Christmas ornament. So that's what I'm going to do. So if you're not a member, now would be a good time. Now would be a very good time to become a Nez Nation member. I'm telling you right now, it is absolutely fantastical. Okay. But first, we're going to give away, you know what we're going to give away first? What we're going to give away first is one of the 4 Amazon gift cards. I've absolutely lost my mind. What I've done is I've essentially absolutely lost my mind. I can't believe I'm giving away this much. I mean, I've given away thousands of dollars before. So, if you want to play, all you need to type in right now, okay, hold on a second. Let me make this big because I want people to see this. So if you want to play, all you need to do is you just need to type in the word Amazon. That's all you need to type in. So if you type in the word Amazon, okay, in the comments, as a member, okay, as a member, if you type in the word Amazon, let me screen share real fast, and you'll be able to see this. This is all you got to do. You just got to type this in, If you type in the word Amazon, you can see we have 19 entries there. That's all you have to do. And if you're a member, you can comment right now, but you have to be a member. So what we'll do is we'll give away one of the Amazon gift cards right now. And then I'll give away a hat or something. And then I'll give away a hoodie. And then I'll give away more Amazon gift cards. If you're ready to have fun, give me it. You only have to type it in once. I see people typing in Amazon 100 times. You just have to type it once and you get automatically entered. You're going to see this live. So there's no mystery. There's no funkadelic business happening. It's happening in real time with the random number generator. It's going to pick a name that is a member. If you're a member, it's going to pick a name out of that hat. But you have to, in order to enter this draw, you have to type in the word Amazon. It doesn't have to be capitalized. It can be whatever. Just type it in once. But if you're having fun, give me a yeah. Give me a yeah in the comments. Okay. In 10 seconds, we're going to do it. We're going to count down. You have 10 seconds. Here we go.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds.
Type in the word Amazon.
9, 8.
Here we go, folks. If you remember.
5, 4.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Patriot Girl. Patriot Girl 1, you are the big winner of the first $50 to make ya holla Amazon gift card. Congratulations. Everybody join me in a warm congratulations. Patriot Girl, have you won before? I feel like you've won before. Am I wrong? Is she here? Where is she? So all you got to do is just send me an email, okay, to get this. All you got to do, Patriot Girl, congratulations. That is absolutely fantastic. So all you have to do, Patriot Girl, is email me, and in the subject line, you're going to say Amazon winner, okay? And it has to be from the same account as your YouTube. So it has to be your YouTube Gmail. That goes for everybody, by the way. Don't send me an email from Yahoo, or because there's a lot of scammers out there that are watching this right now that are going to try to steal your gift. So they're going to try to steal your prize. So make sure that you are emailing me from the actual email, Gmail, that is connected to your YouTube account that you're watching right now. And then in the subject line, you're going to say Amazon winner. And then in the body of that email, what I want you to do is I want you to share with me the email that is connected to your Amazon account. And you're going to get that Amazon gift card. And the Amazon gift card is easy because it's digital. You're going to get that in the next 48 hours. I'll probably get on that tomorrow morning at the latest. And you get it right away, right away. The merch takes a couple of weeks because it's made to order. Okay, it's print on demand essentially. Congratulations, Patriot Girl. There she is, Patriot Girl 1. Congratulations, Patriot Girl. Make sure you email me, nez@professornez.com. And again, make sure that it's connected to your YouTube account, the same Gmail, okay? Congratulations, girl. That is fantastical. Okay, what's next? You know what? Let's just go big. You know what I say? Kamala broke it, but Trump will fix it. Let's go big. What we're going to do now is we're going to go really big. So it can either be this one right here, which has this, let me just screen share real fast. It can be any of the Kamala broke it. Trump will fix it. Okay, so it can be really any of these. But essentially, that is the design right there. And so, yeah. So if you want to win a hoodie, all you need to do right now is in the comments, okay? In the comments right now, I want you to type in hoodie. And I'm going to show, that's all you need to do to enter into this contest is type in the word hoodie that you see on the screen right there. Kamala broke it, but Trump's going to fix it. And these are nice hoodies, by the way. I mean, they're not, this is not like some Walmart cheap stuff, okay? I wanted to only create the greatest merchandise for our members and for our audience members. By the way, you can buy this on your own, obviously. I'll have my mods share a link to the entire shop. If you don't mind, mods, as a matter of fact, I will share it right now. You just literally go to professornez.com. I'm sorry, professornez.myspreadshop.com if you want to buy any of this on your own or maybe as a gift. You know, the holidays are coming up. I'm going to leave the link right now in the comments so you guys can all, hey, copy that and save that, Jim Barron, that link I just shared. That's the direct link to the shop, if you don't mind. And maybe share that with Laura, too. So if you want to go buy your own hoodies or buy we have tons of stuff. We've got not more than just hoodies. I mean, we've got baby onesies. We've got beanies, shirts, buttons, stickers. I mean, you name it. We got a lot of stuff. Thank you, Jim Barron. We got a lot of stuff. We got 35 entries so far. So if you want to win a chance to win the brand new hoodie, one of our newest additions, to our merchandise. This is my favorite, by the way. I think this one right here is my favorite. I just love this design. This one right here. Kamala broke it, but Trump will fix it. Here's the full design. And then here's what it looks like on the hoodie. And look, you can change colors. You can get a purple one. You can get a white one. You can go black. Navy blue is my favorite. You can even do royal blue. Or you could go white. I think navy blue is probably my favorite. Gray looks really good too. Yeah, gray. I like gray a lot too. So yeah, I think that one's my favorite. Yeah, doesn't it look good, Robert? Looks great, doesn't it? So yeah, that's the one. So everybody type in the word hoodie. We got 42 entries right now. Yeah, I do too, Angie. Okay, here we go, guys. T minus 10 seconds till liftoff.
Liftoff will start in T minus 10 seconds. 10, 9,
Type in the word hoodie.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Here's your last
3,
chance.
2, 1. We have ignition.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Lisa S. Congratulations, Lisa S. You are the winner. Everybody join me in congratulating Lisa S. Lisa S., you have just won the brand new Kamala broke it, but Trump will fix it. Made in the USA, 100% cotton, comfortable, high quality hoodie. Congratulations, Lisa S. You have done it. Okay, so Lisa S. Let's see. Let me see if I can find her. Give me a comment, Lisa S., in the comments here. Fantastic. Good for you. So, Lisa, here's what you need to do. Okay, ready for this? This is what you need to do to claim your prize. So what you need to do is email me. Email me. There she is. Thank you. You're welcome, Lisa. So what you need to do is email me, nez@professornez.com. And it has to be the Gmail connected to your YouTube account, okay? It can't be a weird Yahoo or AOL. Has to be the Gmail connected to your YouTube account because there's too many scammers out there. In the subject line, I want you to type in hoodie winner. In the body of the email, I need your P.O. box or whatever your best address to send it to. Give me size and color, okay? You can even send me a direct link if you go to the shop and just say, here it is. This is the color, size, everything. Just send me a direct link. I need address, best address to send it to, and you'll probably get it in about 2.5 weeks at the latest. Congratulations, Lisa. Okay, let's do another Amazon gift card. Shall we? Shall we do a... This is what you won, by the way. Congratulations. Booyah. Okay, let's do another Amazon gift card. So right now, all you have to do This will be our second one. Is just type in the word Amazon right now in the comments. Type in the word Amazon, and you will have a chance to win a $50, not 10, not 5, not 25, but a $50. This is my way of saying thank you to you. Thank you so much for being a part of this awesome family. If you're having fun, give me a huge yeah in the comments. I have so much fun giving this stuff away. It just makes me so appreciative, and I love it. I just absolutely love it. So I just want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. It means the absolute world to me. Type in the word Amazon, and you will be automatically enrolled in a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Lisa. And yes, you can win twice. You can win more than once. Trust me. It's really hard to do that, but it is possible. And there's Ivan Popovich in the house. Great to see you guys. Okay, here we go, guys. 10 seconds left. Type in the word Amazon. Here comes the countdown.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Type in the word Amazon.
3.
Here we go.
1. We have ignition.
Here we go, guys. Here we go. Who's going to win? Who's going to win Amazon $50? Gloria Lindsay. Holy mackerel. Congratulations to Gloria Lindsay. Now, Gloria, I know you have won more than once. This has got to be like your third time. Good job, girl. Congratulations. Please, everybody in the comments, join me in congratulating Gloria Lindsay for winning a $50 Amazon gift card. Gloria, you know what to do. Email me, nez@professornez.com. Again, it has to be from the exact same account that is linked to your YouTube account, the exact same Gmail. Congratulations, Gloria. Yeah, Gloria, you've won more than once, correct? Let me know. I think she has. I've given her a bunch of gift cards, I think. Congratulations, Gloria. Email me, nez@professornez.com. In the subject line, say Amazon $50 gift winner. And it has to be connected to your YouTube account, that Gmail. And then in the body of the email, give me the email connected to your Amazon account. You will get that $50 gift card ASAP. It happens really fast because it's all digital. So you will get that gift card ASAP. Congratulations to Gloria Lindsay. Oh, that is so awesome. Okay. Now, what are we going to do? What are we going to do now? So we're going to give away a hat. Now what we're going to do, see, our shop is very organized and cool and demure. Now we're going to give away a hat. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away a trucker hat. Kamala broke it and Trump will fix it. Trucker hat. You can also, if you don't like that specific design, so let's say you want to get a different design, you can also get this design right here. So if you like that one, which I actually really do like that one, and this is a trucker hat. You can see the back is porous, and so that is a really cool one. You can get it with this design right here if you want. You can also change the color, so you can pick the different colors that you want. Again, I like the navy blue, but it's time to give away a hat. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give away a hat. And so all you have to do right now is just type in the word hat. That's literally all you have to do. Type in the word hat right now, and you have a chance of winning that awesome, awesome hat. These are all brand new original designs, by the way. Brand new original designs made in the USA. So I love this stuff, and I've already given away a bunch to family members, friends, neighbors, etc. And so I'm happy to give this away to you. Nez, why are you doing this? Because I'm so appreciative. 400,000 subscribers is insane. We're going to reach 500,000 before the end of the year. And it's all because of you. Our growth of our channel is all because of you. So I'm super, super grateful to do this. Okay, guys, here we go. Here comes the countdown. You have 10 seconds to type in the word hat to automatically have a chance.
Will start in T-minus 10 seconds.
All you got to do is type in the word hat.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
We have ignition.
Booyah.
Liftoff will start in.
Who's going to win? Michael Bailey. Congratulations, Michael. You win the Kamala Broke It. Trump's going to fix it. Trucker cap. Congratulations, sir. So you know what to do. All you got to do, everybody listen to this too, so I don't have to keep repeating it. Just email me, and it has to be connected to your YouTube account, Michael. So essentially, just the Gmail that's connected to this Michael Bailey account. Email me, nez@professornez.com, and the subject line say hat winner. And then in the body of the email, give me the best address to send it to, as well as color and size, okay? Congratulations, Michael. Back to the Amazon gift card. So we have 2 more Amazon gift cards. 2 more Amazon gift cards to give. And then I'm going to give away a mug. So I'm going to do, you know what I should do? I should do one more $50. And then I think I should go big on the last one. Should I go 100 on the last one? What do you guys think? Holy mackerel. Should I go 100 on the last one? I don't know. That's a lot of money, man. Type in the word Amazon right now. Should I do 100 for the last one, the grand finale? Somebody give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. That's a lot of money, man. In this economy, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. Okay, type in the word Amazon. This is for the 3rd Amazon gift card. We've given away 2 already. And we've got 2 more to give away. I'm thinking about going real big. Real big. Howie's in the house. Good to see you, Howie. Dina's here. Fuzzy Doxy's here. GOT. Great to see you guys. Fantastic. Jessica, Seashell, Mimi, Teresa. So awesome to see you guys. Fantastic. David, M. Marie, great to see you. Ronnie from Tennessee. Okay, guys, here comes the 10-second countdown. You better type in the word Amazon.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Here you
1.
go.
We have
ignition. Here we go, y'all. Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? This is $50 on the line. Angie Warren. Congratulations, Angie. Woo! Angie Warren, congratulations on a $50 Amazon gift card. Congratulations. Everybody join me in a warm congratulations. Who Angie Warren just passed her 5th month. Her 5th month. Not only that, but she's also a mod, which is awesome. Angie, it is so awesome to have you here. And it's awesome, and we're so grateful for you being a part of this family. I can't think of anybody better who deserves this. Congratulations. You know what to do. Email me from the actual Gmail connected to your YouTube account. And in the subject line, type in Amazon $50 gift card winner. In the body, give me the best email connected to your Amazon account, and you will get that in the next 24 to 48 hours. Because it's a digital Amazon gift card, it's very, very fast. Congratulations, Angie. That is so awesome. By the way, guys, if you want any of this merch, okay, and you want to check out any of this stuff, you can also go to Amazon.com shop. and check it out. You can also just click on the pinned link, okay, in the comment. And it's the pinned comment in the links. And you will see, if you click on that link in the pinned comments, one of the options will be original Nez Nation merchandise. And you will find our shop that way as well. And I believe our mods got the actual, yes, China Baby, thank you so much. Go to professornez.myspreadshop.com and you can get all this stuff yourself. I mean, the holidays are coming up. We've got so much stuff. I mean, look at this. I've even got baby onesies, for crying out loud. How adorable is that? Give me a break. That is absolutely adorable. Okay, I said I was going to give away a mug. So here we go. This is a coffee and tea mug right here with the Kamala broke it, Trump will fix it design on it. So all you got to do now is just type in, okay? All you have to do now is just type in the word mug. All you have to do, if you want a chance to win this gorgeous, awesome tea and coffee mug, is just type in the word mug right now. And you will have a chance to win this, and we will give this away ASAP. Now, again, if you want to get all this stuff on your own and all you want to all check it out. And again, the holidays are coming up. You got Thanksgiving, you got Christmas coming up. I mean, I get all my Christmas shopping done early. This would be a great time to do it. I mean, think about some original, cool designs. Something original. Stop giving away crappy stuff. I mean, this is awesome stuff. And so I would definitely check that out. Again, link in the pinned comment. Also, my mods have shared it. You can go to professornez.myspreadshop.com and you'll find it there as well. Okay, guys. Here we go. Here comes the countdown. You have 10 seconds left. Here we go. Countdown time.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9,
Type in the word mug.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
Here we go. Who's going to win the mug? Who's going to win the mug? Come on, big winner. Oh, look at that. Congratulations to that girl, Tiffany. That girl, Tiffany, congratulations. You just won that Kamala broke it. Trump will fix it. Classy, high quality, precision made in the USA coffee mug. I am so proud of you, that girl, Tiffany. Congratulations. You won the mug. So you know what you need to do. It's great to see you as well. You know what you need to do, that girl, Tiff? Tiff, I need you to email me from the account linked to your YouTube account, the Gmail, nez@professornez.com. In the subject line, you're going to say mug winner. And in the body of the email, I need the best address to send it to. Congratulations, Tiffany. That is so awesome. If you're wondering what you won, this is what you won. Look at that cool coffee and tea mug. I would get yours now. You don't need to win a giveaway. I mean, I know it's cool to get it for free, but I would get this now and send this to everybody you know because I think it's freaking awesome. Again, go to professornez.myspreadshop.com. That is the actual link. Hold on a second. Let me find out for sure. Yes, professornez.myspreadshop.com. If you go there, you can actually get this for yourself or for as a gift. Okay, I think that's so cool. Congratulations again, Tiffany. Okay, now what we're going to do is I think I'm going to go big. This is a big one. This is the final gift, the final giveaway, and I'm going to do $100. Woo! Holy macadamia nut.
Bruh.
I'm going to do $100. This is different. I mean, this is really, really different. But all you got to do is type in the word Amazon. If you want to win $100, this is what you got to do. And I'm telling you right now, this is a big one. I don't usually do this. I mean, this is a really, really big one. So I wasn't actually planning on this. I was actually planning on doing another $50 one. But you know what? I decided I'm going to go big just to show my gratitude and love for you guys. Screw it. Let's go big one time. So we're going to do $100. This is for $100 is what we're going to do. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change it. Change it. Hold on. I've decided to change it because we got to really make this something big. We're going to really make this something big. You got to type in 100, 100. I changed it. Type in 100 for $100 gift card. Everybody in the chat is like, we already typed in Amazon. No, I've changed it because we got to make it momentous. It has to be fit for the occasion. Type in 100. That's all you got to type in. If you, you know, I've been known to change my mind a lot, and I don't flip flop like Kamala. But I do change my mind, especially when it comes to you guys. And I want to make sure, quite frankly, probably, I want to really make for certain that it's the most biggest, beautifulest giveaway. And I watch Professor Nez because he's the greatest YouTube channel there is. Quite frankly, probably the biggest YouTube channel out there because he tells the truth. And I love him. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. I love you too. 100. No apostrophes, no weird stuff. And you only, yes, Raindrop from Texas, you are absolutely right. I am cray-cray. You gotta have fun, folks. Life is too damn short. Okay, we've got the most entries. Wow, look at that. The most entries so far, over 50. Holy macadamia nut. You only have to write it once. Just type in 100. If you are a member, you're the only people who are able to participate in this. Oh, thank you, Jim Barron. Jim Barron has also linked the shop. So if you want to buy stuff for your family, gifts, I mean, some of this stuff is amazing. We also have Nez Nation merch too. MySpreadShop.com, ProfessorNez.MySpreadShop.com. Thank you, JB. Love you, brother. Okay. This is for $100. This is your last chance. You got 10 seconds to type in 100 for your chance to win the grand prize. Here it is. Here comes the countdown, y'all.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9,
Type in 100.
7, 6, 5,
Last chance.
4, 3,
Here we go.
1. We have ignition.
Who's going to win the $100? I'm nervous. Please. Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it? Jessica C. Holy mackerel. I think her reaction is the best so far. Congratulations, Jessica. You just won a $100 Amazon gift card. Oh, yes. Look at that. I love that. That's the kind of excitement we need. When you win a mug, a shirt, a $50 gift card, a $100 gift card, and believe me, stick around, folks. There's going to be more. I may be giving away $500. Who knows? Maybe even $1,000. I'm going to be giving away cash. We've got so much planned for this channel, you have no idea. It's always been a secret desire of mine to be a game show host. And you guys are actually doing me a favor by participating and becoming members. You're fulfilling an age-old dream of mine. So thank you so much. Jessica C., you have just won. Everybody join me in congratulating her. Congratulations to you, Jessica C. You know what to do. Make sure you email me from the Gmail connected to your YouTube account at nez@professornez.com. In the subject line, type that glorious, beautiful $100 gift card winner. And then in the body of the email, send me the best email address that's connected to your Amazon account so I can send that to you. Congratulations. And congratulations to all of the winners. Congratulations to everybody who won the mug, the hoodie, the hat, and the 3 other gift cards, and the grand prize of $100. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Raindrop. Thank you so much, Kim Dan. I really appreciate that. That was fun, isn't it? Thank you, Yvonne. Look at all the good sports. We have such an amazing family here at Nizzy. We have an amazing group of people. Sophisticated, smart, intelligent, fun-loving, loving America. American pride. Patriots in our group. I love you guys so much. And I can't wait to get your email so I can get all that stuff to you as soon as possible. The gift cards are going to happen very fast because it's digital. So I'll be getting to that in the next 24, 48 hours. I got to spend some time with family, obviously. But enjoy your weekend. Thank you guys so much for being here. I love you guys so, so much. If you haven't already, I would really appreciate it if you could tap the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to our free newsletter, it's a sign up. It's really, really easy. It's free. Make sure you sign up to that. By the way, we're going live during election night. Live during election night. You want to be there for that. Watch the election with us live. So hopefully, please God, hopefully we can get our country back. Oh, we got to get our country back. Excuse me. I just got allergic to the thought that Kamala could win. Bless me, Gesundheit. So thank you again, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We got more. Oh, by the way, I forgot. We've got David Rem, who's coming on our show tomorrow. So mods, get ready. Members, get ready. We've got David Rem. This is the guy who spoke at the MSG rally. And I also did a video of him telling that touching story of what Trump did for his family. So we got him live tomorrow at the same time, 11 Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're there for that. I love you guys so, so much. Thank you so much again. As always, God bless you and God bless the USA. I'll see you guys very soon.
Being pro-family means protecting our right to responsibly plan our families, not letting extremists vote against our right to birth control. Tell Representative Garcia, don't turn your back on California families. Reconsider your anti-birth control position.
This holiday season, add a little government magic so that everything you do to create something special turns into more moments that everyone will remember. Making the holidays memorable for over 135 years. McCormick. is here.
A real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
I thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland. I love y'all.
All the momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Congress voted to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Mike Garcia voted no.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Today is Friday, March 29, 2024. Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. Black Hollywood is mourning the loss of one of the finest actors of his generation. Oscar winner Lou Gossett Jr. passed away in Malibu. Tonight we will celebrate his life right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Texas finally getting it right. An appeals court has reversed Crystal Mason's conviction and the 5-year prison sentence for illegally voting in the 2016 presidential election. Crystal and her attorney will be with us to talk about this long-awaited decision. This nightmare is finally over. Tennessee House Speaker Republican Cameron Sexton says Democrats had some backdoor dealings with dismantling the Tennessee State University Board of Trustees. We'll show you the video. A Michigan State lawmaker mistakes buses of NCAA basketball players as illegal invaders. These white Republicans are crazy. And a Minnesota scholarship named after George Floyd is being called discriminatory. I told y'all they're coming after everything. It's time to bring the funk. I'm Roland Martin Unfiltered from the Black Star Network. Let's go.
Whatever the man sees on it, whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing, putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's some go, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now.
Folks, we lost another entertainment giant, Lou Gossett Jr., the first African-American man to win a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for his role in An Officer and a Gentleman. He also won an Emmy for his role in the TV miniseries Roots. He has passed away. Lou Gossett was 87. 2010, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, but has not been confirmed that if that contributed to his passing. Again, over the course of his career, he has been in numerous movies, most recently in the new edition of The Color Purple. We, of course, had an opportunity to talk to Lou Gossett on many times. There are so many different movies that he played in, TV shows that he played in, you name it. This was some of what we talked about when we talked in December 2022 on Rolling with Roland on the Black Star Network.
It's nice to be this age. Very grateful to be unscathed, broken legs and stuff, you know, no my sports injuries. But I've been given the opportunity by God, whom I call God, to be in Israel and Africa and Japan and Australia and Egypt and South America and Central America, Mexico, Canada in 80 years. There's no career out there that long. I have nothing to complain about. I wake up the next morning, you got me another one? Thank you, God. Thank you, it's good to see you. I've been in the place where I was concerned, and it gets you angry, and finally you take a deep breath, oh, wait, but you can't do nothing about it except speak your mind and get on with the day. But it's a good time to be alive.
When you, how do you, let me phrase it this way. What still excites you about either the stage, the small screen, or the big screen? What still makes you just, let's go?
New talent. New talent. My favorite actress is Taraji Henson. And another one is the girl that played my daughter in The Watchmen. I can't remember right now what her name is. King. And there's some Regina and others, writers, the director from Let's Call It Purple, Fantasia. There's some people out there that's very exciting, and it's in all walks of life. Athletes, amazing. That kid from New Orleans, he's amazing.
So when you're doing these projects, so for you, it's being able to share space with this.
I'm blessed, and there's a mutual. I don't know, we don't have that kind of time, but I tell you on my cell phone, all the thanks and the congratulations, the mutual family over the last couple of years that I've been fortunate to be around. The respect is there. They like it when we contribute some knowledge to them.
Jewelry. Fine jewelry for every day.
That was again 2022, 2012. Lou Gossett appeared with me on Washington Watch. We also talked to him later on News One Now. So I mean, a lot of different conversations that I had with him. And so 2012 with TV One's Washington Watch, we had our Hollywood edition of the show, and this was that conversation.
Obama in 2008 with money, support, endorsements, also hitting the campaign trail. What about this time? With me to discuss just how the president is perceived here in Hollywood are a number of great people. First off, Lou Gossett Jr., Academy Award winner. Lamont Rucker, Tatiana Ali, and Keisha Knight Pulliam. Folks, how we doing?
Fantastic.
All right, love it. First of all, I'm going to start off this way. It's been interesting reading some of the comments from other folks. Let's say Matt Damon has been highly critical of President Obama, saying that he hasn't been tough enough, he hasn't stepped up to the plate. And so when you hear these criticisms, what do you think? And also, what's your assessment of the job the president has done thus far in the past 4 years?
I think he's done a monumental job. I think the least of it is him being black. I think he's our president, right? He's upset some black people because they didn't have programs for them, but he's been the president for the entire country. And now his record is beginning to show because unemployment is down, Wall Street's up, Detroit's waking up, all his promises. And he inherited a problem with a deficit, and he's doing beautiful. His next 4 years will put him in history books.
Well, he's already said he's getting elected. Oh yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah.
I think you touched on some really important points. You know, President Obama was given a job that could not be done in the time frame that has passed. He needs extra time, not because he hasn't done his job thus far, but because the problems that he inherited were so great. You know, I'm a very big, avid, Obama supporter. I went to the Women for Obama luncheon where Michelle Obama spoke the week before last, and I'm working with the campaign on college campuses, and I feel like, I think a lot of people recognize that, there's still work to be done, and he's the person to do the job.
The next generation of young folks, huge part of his platform in terms of his support in 2008. We've seen young folks not particularly happy with the job the president has done. When you look at some poll numbers, I speak on college campuses all across the country, and when I would say President Barack Obama in 2009, huge response. In 2010, pretty good response. In 2011, okay. And so it's really interesting. So I can always tell by applause levels how folks are feeling at the time.
I think I worked on the campaign last.
Yes, because you were in my book the first. Yes,
and I spoke on a lot of college campuses, and there's an idealism that Obama's message really hit on, that spoke to young people, and I think the reality of what he was confronted with is a very different thing. I'm really excited to see, and I'm speaking it into existence. I think we all are. I mean, Mitt Romney, I don't even. Yeah, exactly. So that can't happen. But I'm excited to see this second term, because that's the real freedom. Absolutely. There's no, this is the second term, it's the last term. You don't have to worry about re-election. You can really go for broke, which is incredible, because in this first term he has gone for broke. Healthcare, the economy is now making this upturn, and hopefully no one's going to want to see a switch while things are finally going upward.
I think that's what's key. I mean, you talk about the the younger demographic and the younger generation, which includes us.
Looks like me too.
But I think in saying that, I think this idealism is actually really the perfect word. And unfortunately, based on that youth, sometimes you can be very short-sighted. I don't think you really understand the long-term ramifications and how long it actually takes something to evolve into what it's supposed to be. So I think once that starts to be evident, there's going to be a greater appreciation for this last 4 years and the next 4. But most of us are kind of really in this immediate gratification phase that we expected things to happen and turn around much faster than they really can.
One of the things that we talked about on this show on many times is that when it comes to making it clear what we want and desire. I've heard African Americans across the country, they say, well, Roland, we really shouldn't ask for certain things because, whites will be looking at it. And I said, time out. 95%. He got 95% of the black vote. Black women voted at a higher rate than any other group in America. I said, yes, he's African American. Yes, I said, he's also the 44th president. My belief is that black folks, like anybody else, have a right to say this is what we want and desire because we also voted too. So what do you make though when people say, no, don't do that because that might jeopardize the brother's opportunity? And I've heard this. I've heard that from a lot of people.
This is a dynamic that we might have forgotten about what JFK said. He said, ask not what this country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. We have an opportunity, even young folks, have an incredible opportunity to be three-dimensional, responsible Americans and keep that man in the White House probably for another 4 years if it was possible. But it's not waiting for him to do a program for them.
Right.
It's the modicum of America, regardless of who you are, is what you can do for the country.
Right. And that's what got him in there in the first place.
And that act brings the country together.
There's been so much pushback from Congress. It's been such a war in Washington that, I mean, you literally see our president waging war against, or Congress waging war against him. And he's traveling. He's had to go the route of traveling across the country and trying to mobilize support for the things that he's doing. What that means is that African American women, whatever segment you think you're in, we should be mobilizing and give him the pressure that he needs to get things done, to be able to go into Congress and say, look at what your constituents are saying. They agree with me.
Change our perspective, because this is our country. You know, it isn't, you know, those people over there. No, we all make up this country, and it is all ours, and we have to take ownership of that and understand that when we vote, we are putting people in office to represent our voice, everyone's voice. Black, white, whoever, wherever you are, if you're an American citizen, their job is to fight our cause. And we have to hold them accountable. We have to let them know, yes, we put you in office to be our voice. And you know, follow up. You know, not enough people are really proactive with that and really find out what's going on. Okay, what is this congressman, what is his voting record? You know, what has he stood for? Is it in conflict to what he says he stands for, or is it in actuality that he is doing what he says that he's doing?
Now, all of you have said that clearly you expect him to be reelected, but obviously, one never knows.
I will do my part.
I got you. Well, follow me here. But isn't it also important for black folks to demand that Republican candidates speak to our community as well? Because if they happen to be elected, they will also be president, as you said, of the entire country.
So the Republicans have to come to the plate. Haven't quite come to the plate yet because it's in the DNA. They have to make a larger adjustment to speak to us, I believe, because that's the way it's been for generations. The Democrats don't have to make such a adjustment because they have more African American representatives. But the Republicans, you're absolutely right, have to be sensitive enough and compassionate enough to speak to us. But in the meantime, we have to be in that place where they can't do anything else but speak to us with the truth. That's our job.
Final comment.
The job of the young folks.
10 seconds.
I don't see, I mean, honestly, the Republicans have put themselves in such a corner with Tea Party ideology and morality that I think that's a really difficult turn for them to make, and I don't know if that's going to happen.
It must be made, though. It is, but I will tell you
the way
this.
that it's made is by showing up and them having to respect the fact they're coming out, they're going to vote, and that's the only way. Your vote counts, and if they don't believe it, they're not going to worry about it.
I made the point very simple. Whoever the nominee is, that person should come on TV One, come on this show, speak to black folks, because you want to be the president, you talk to us.
That's right, baby. You gotta come through.
I'm out of time. Luke Gossett Jr., always a pleasure. Lamar Ruckett, thank you so very much. Tatiana Ali, Keisha Knight Pulliam, thanks. And boy, Tatiana's like, that ain't gonna happen. All right.
That was a very interesting day because we also had another panel with Richard Roundtree, who we lost last year. So two giants we've lost in back-to-back years. Just get some thoughts and reflections from our panel. Matt Manning, civil rights attorney out of Corpus Christi, joins us. Of course, we're out of Detroit. I keep telling y'all, how do I keep letting segments on the show? Michael Imhotep hosts African History Network show. Kelly Bethea, communication strategist. Glad to have y'all on. You know, one of the things that stands out, I think if you look at the career, Michael, of Lou Gossett, I mean, this is somebody who he was always about blackness, very much Afrocentric, and proud of that and the roles that he took.
Yeah, yes, you could tell in some of his dress. He was Afrocentric. I saw numerous. He had over 100 TV appearances. Number one, that's Diggstown that you're showing right there. It looks like that was Benny Urquidez, who's a martial artist, also kickboxing champion. They showed who's the referee. You know, so I saw movies like Sadat. Where he played Anwar Sadat, leader of Egypt, who was assassinated. Even though he won the Oscar in 1983 for An Officer and a Gentleman, he stands out to me for the TV miniseries Roots. I saw it when it originally aired on TV in 1977. It aired at nighttime. I watched it with my parents, okay? And millions of people across the country watched Roots every night. We never saw anything like that before. And he brought dignity to the role of Fiddler. And the New York Times has his obituary today, and they quoted him as talking about, why choose me to play the Uncle Tom? This is what he referred to Fiddler as. And he went on to say that he came to admire the survival skills of forebears like Fiddler, he said, and based the character on his grandparents and a great-grandmother. So this is a brother who we saw on 2 roles on Good Times, we saw on The Jeffersons, and also he had a short-lived TV series in 1989, I think it was Gideon Oliver. This is him on The Jeffersons. Very versatile actor. I can't remember of any role that he may have played that maybe brought shame to African Americans, okay? So this is a huge loss.
It was always about dignity. It was always about righteousness, Kelly, in terms of how Lou Gossett wanted to portray himself on the screen.
Absolutely. To Michael's point of always portraying roles that show dignity, no matter how possibly controversial he may have found them out to be. One of my favorite roles, and probably the first time I was exposed to Lou Gossett Jr. was his role in Raisin in the Sun. He was portraying the love interest of the daughter, and he, if I recall correctly, was the more politically correct love interest of the daughter, and there was conflict there as to who was blacker and who was more for their people, et cetera, et cetera. And when I looked at that, when I was studying Raisin in the Sun, I gravitated to his character because I have a lot of people in my family, myself included, who had to struggle with that internal dialogue myself. One of the last roles that he played that was one of my absolute favorites was when he was the grandfather of Regina King's character in Watchmen. I thought that was such a dignified, poignant role because even though he wasn't, he didn't have a whole lot of lines, but his entire character was the reason for her entire being. And it just felt very almost foretelling as to how his legacy is going to be for other actors and other entertainers, other artists, that while he might not be here, his influence is so pervasive throughout this industry, throughout this country, throughout this culture. And he will be deeply missed.
Matt?
I think Kelly and Michael covered it pretty well, but what I think is so extraordinary is that he had such a high level of output and dignity and acumen in his craft for 70 years, which is really extraordinary if you think about it. His first Broadway appearance came when he was 17. So for him to have 7 decades on the screen and on the stage at such a high level of output is really an extraordinary feat. And I think Michael's sentiments regarding Fiddler are a lot of mine. I actually just watched the original miniseries again for the first time because I just read the book several months ago. And what I thought was so compelling about his performance is the Fiddler that he depicts in the miniseries is after Fiddler has already been, basically taken advantage of by the master, where he thought he was going to buy his freedom. And the reason that's important is I think he really embodied the internal conflict that's in the book, in the role, in how he was caring for Kunta. And I just thought his performance was extremely compelling. So there's nothing to be said beyond we've lost a giant, but I appreciate him being such an exemplar at his craft and showing us how you can have this kind of output for this long.
Folks, we've got lots more to share with you with regards to Lou Gossett Jr. Of course, at the end of the show, we're going to play the full interview that I did with him. I caught up with him on the American Black Film Festival red carpet. I caught up with him in some other areas. So again, lots of stuff to talk about when it comes to Lou Gossett Jr. But coming up next, Crystal Mason will chat with her. She finally is free. It's been an 8-year ordeal that she has had to deal with. And now Tarrant County prosecutors have been trying to put this black woman in jail. It is nonsensical. We'll tell you exactly what the appeals court announced last night. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Garcia called himself pro-life without exception.
I am pro-life without exception.
He sponsored the bill to ban abortion nationwide, even for victims of rape. MAGA Mike Garcia, just too extreme for California.
This is Attorney Demario Solomon Simmons. I'm a national civil rights attorney. I'm also the founder and executive director of Justice for Greenwood. Many of you guys know I've been leading the fight with the last 2 living survivors and the Greenwood community overall. We have a historic hearing coming up on April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. in front of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. I need all of you to support us as we try to get justice for this issue for the first time in almost 103 years. Sign up to support us during this hearing on Tuesday, justiceforgreenwood.org/watch party, April 2nd, 1:30 p.m. We need your support, your messages, and your prayers. We appreciate you. Justice for Greenwood.
Fanbase is pioneering a new era of social media for the creator economy. This next generation social media app with over 600,000 users is raising $17 million, and now is your chance to invest. For details on how to invest, visit startbase.com/fanbase or scan the QR code. Another way we're giving you the freedom to be you without limits.
As bad as Trump was, his economy was worse, and Black America felt it the most. He cut health insurance while giving tax breaks to the wealthy and big business. He stoked racial violence, attacked voting rights, and if reelected, vowed to be a dictator and, quote, get revenge. You can't go back. As president, I put money in pockets, creating millions of new jobs, and capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. There's a lot more to do, but we can do it together. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie. People can't live with them, can't live without them. Our relationships often have more ups and downs than a boardwalk roller coaster, but it doesn't have to be that way.
Trust your gut. Whenever your gut is like, this isn't healthy, this isn't right, I don't like the way that I'm being treated. This goes for males and females. Trust your gut, and then whenever that gut feeling comes, have a conversation.
Knowing how to grow or when to go. A step-by-step guide on the next, A Balanced Life on Black Star Network.
This is Essence Atkins.
What's the love king of R&B, Wahid Devon?
Me, Sherry Shepherd, and you know what you watch.
You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Folks, we have been covering this story for years. In fact, the first episode of Roland Martin Unfiltered, we talked about Crystal Mason, what she has endured in Texas. This started in 2016. That's how long this case has been going on. When she tried to vote in the election, she, bottom line is, didn't realize that she could not vote. Folks, they have been pursuing her to send her to prison since 2016. Late last night, the Texas Second Court of Appeals acquitted Crystal Mason, and she was facing 5 years in prison for that conviction. She and her attorney, Kim Cole, join us right now. Crystal, free at last.
Yes. Yes.
What was your reaction when you got news of the appeals court? Because they heard it a year ago. So you've been waiting for this decision for a year, and it came down late last night.
Yes. When I heard the news from my attorney, ACLU, gave me a call, I was overwhelmed, filled with joy, just thanking God for carrying me through this long 7 years. This journey was very rough. And I'm just so grateful right now. I'm just thanking God every step of the way, because I know this wouldn't happen if it wasn't from him. So that's where I'm at. I'm just so grateful right now. I'm so thankful for all the support that I have had on this journey. Thank you, Roland Morton. Thank you for covering my story every time you had a chance. Thank you.
Kim, absolutely. I mean, look, it was a case that it was nuts from day one. And the stuff that they put you through. And for people who don't know, you were out. You had served time in federal prison. You were out, and as a result of this, you had to go back to federal prison as a parole violation. Correct?
Correct. As a supervised release violation, yes. My supervised release in my trial in 2018, he testified on the stand and said, no, we never told her she couldn't vote. No, she never signed anything. I was doing everything I was supposed to do. I came out and been productive in society, raising my business, my kids and everything. And I went to fill out a provisional ballot because I believe I had the right to vote. And I was sentenced to 5 years. And from that, Judge McBride determined that I should go to prison because I caught a new offense. And they sent me back to prison for 10 months and gave me another 24 months on supervised release.
So you were on supervised release. You have to go back in for 10 months. Then they added 2 years to that.
Correct, yes.
And so, again, you had a job, you had a home. So now it completely disrupts your life. You come out, and then when you come out, Tarrant County is still trying to pursue you.
Correct. Absolutely.
Kim, here's what, again, it just befuddled me from the beginning. That her ballot actually was never cast, correct?
It was never counted.
Right. It was never counted.
No.
But it was like, I mean, these prosecutors in Tarrant County, they took such a hardcore position. It was like, no. We gonna make an example out of this black woman.
Well, Roland, that's what the prosecutor said in his summation at the trial. He specifically requested that the judge send a message to the voters and to sentence Crystal to a stern prison sentence. Roland, make no mistake, the court's ruling today could have been made years ago. It could have been made in that courtroom the same day she went to trial. The judge ruled that the evidence presented in Crystal's case did not add up to her knowing that she was not eligible to vote. We've been saying that the whole time, Roland. Have we not?
Yeah.
We didn't know. She did not know. She said that on the stand that day. Their own witnesses, as Crystal said, the supervisor over the region of the Federal Bureau of Prisons testified on the stand. This was their witness. He testified. We never told her anything.
So he testifies we never told her. She doesn't know, and they're like, damn that. We're sending her to prison.
It was to send a message, Roland. Tarrant County is one of the largest. Matter of fact, I believe it's the only urban red district in this country.
Yep.
And their motto is to keep Tarrant County red. Period. It doesn't matter if an innocent woman has to go to jail. They had an agenda, and they wanted to send a message to the voters of Tarrant County. That's what the DA specifically requested. But Roland, what they got, the message that was sent wasn't the message that was received.
Mm-hmm.
It ignited a fire in Crystal, and she, as well as almost every member of her family now, are deputized to register people to vote.
There you go. Crystal, how did it make you feel when we kept seeing these stories, like this one right here, where a Georgia Republican Party official voted illegally 9 times, and all he got was a $5,000 fine?
It was It saddened me that you actually had people that really committed crimes. You actually had people that actually voted. You had people that voted twice, 2, 3 times up under somebody else's name, and yet they were looked over. So I know exactly what the purpose was.
Yeah, I mean, here's an NBC story. Brian Pritchard, first vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party and conservative talk show host, was fined $5,000 for voting illegally and registering to vote while serving a sentence for a felony conviction. Pritchard was also ordered not to commit further violations, to face public reprimand for his conduct, and to pay the state elections board investigative costs. They basically did this here. For you, this man voted 9 times. For you, it didn't even count. They said, stick this woman in prison.
Roland, you don't even have to look to Georgia. In the same county, there was a judge who forged signatures to get his name on the ballot in Tarrant County. And he got off with probation.
Wow.
Same county. And let's not forget, this is the same county where the affluenza teen case came out of. A young man committed several crimes, stole alcohol, stole a vehicle, killed 4 people, and got off with probation.
And Crystal, you were in 2016. What Kim was talking about, go to my iPad. That judge, that happened 2018.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
On George Whiteside's for years.
George created 700 jobs in the AV.
For people like me.
The lies they're telling about George are disgusting.
I trust George to keep my family safe.
George will protect my freedom
And my daughters.
He'll fight in Congress for his family.
And mine.
Unbelievable. So Kim, is it all over? Or
No, it's not over. It's not over. Oh no.
Is it
They must. Oh, you talking about criminal case?
No, right. The criminal case.
Okay. The criminal
Now,
case.
can Tarrant County appeal this decision?
They can. They better not. Because they did that before. They made the wrong decision years ago when we first appealed it, right? We had to appeal their decision. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals came back and said, yeah, you might want to take a second look at that because that's not what the law says. The law says that she has to know that she's not eligible to vote. And they upheld her conviction saying that it was enough that she knew that she was on supervised release. That doesn't even make any sense. Who doesn't know their own circumstances?
Right.
That's silly. So that's the standard they applied. So the Court of Criminal Appeals sent it back down. They remanded it back to the Second Court of Appeals and made their ruling last night. They sent it back and said, you guys might want to take a second look at this because you applied the wrong interpretation of the statute. Even though the statute clearly says that the person commits the offense if they vote in an election or attempt to vote in an election, which the person knows that he or she is not eligible to vote.
You said
It's in there. The person has to know.
You said this is not over. What's next for y'all?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Tarrant County cost Crystal and her family years of, I would almost call it a terroristic act. She was a political prisoner for a while because she had to go back to prison.
Yep.
And this was all behind a political ploy. So Tarrant County owes Crystal Mason.
And y'all gonna sue the county?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Crystal, there was a brother in Houston who voted in 2020. He waited 6 hours in line.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They arrested him. Mm-hmm. He was found hadn't done anything wrong. He said this year, I'm not voting again. He was so traumatized by that. He says, I'm not voting again. Ron DeSantis in Florida had the cops arrest a number of formerly incarcerated people. And all of those cases were legally voting, and all of those, and they were told they could vote, and every single one of those cases were thrown out. Do you believe that this is an effort by Republicans in Texas and Florida and elsewhere to send a chilling effect and to scare any person, but especially any black person who had previously served time in prison or jail?
Absolutely. That's exactly what it was. It was to take a mother with kids to jail in the black and the brown community for again, who encouraged you to go vote? Your mother, your grandmother. They instilled that in you. So of course, that's exactly what they did, because that would make somebody say, oh no, I'm not going to go vote, and I can possibly go to jail, leave my kids, my family. So that's exactly what they did. And I'm just grateful for the outcome, to let people know that don't let my story, took 7 long years, but don't let my story discourage you, but encourage you to go to the polls, because our votes matter.
Finally, this criminal aspect is over. How are you going to celebrate?
Oh, wow. Right now, I'm just trying to take it in. I'm just trying to take it in. Like, I'm still shocked. I couldn't sleep last night. I woke up early this morning calling Kim, and I'm just overwhelmed. Like, it's hit me, but it hadn't really hit me. You know, like, wow, that I'm really done. I'm off of an appeal bond that I've been on for 6 years. I'm off. Wow.
And are you completely done with your federal requirements?
Yeah, I've been done with that, yes.
Well, Kim, Crystal, y'all let us know when you drop that damn lawsuit against Tarrant County, because we absolutely will have you on, because they deserve to be sued, because their actions were beyond despicable. And every single prosecutor involved in this, shame on them.
Will do, Roland. This was malicious, and we absolutely will let you know.
All right.
Thank you for following this from beginning to end.
Absolutely. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We're going to go to a break. We'll chat with our panel about this. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Support our work. Join our Bring the Funk fan club. Send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered, PayPal, R Martin Unfiltered, Venmo's RM Unfiltered, Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. We'll be right back.
Fanbase is pioneering a new era of social media for the creator economy. This next generation social media app with over 600,000 users is raising $17 million, and now is your chance to invest. For details on how to invest, visit startengine.com/fanbase or scan the QR code. Another way we're giving you the freedom to be you without limits.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr, we look at one of the most influential and prominent Black Americans of the 20th century. His work literally changed the world. Among other things, he played a major role in creating the United Nations. He was the first African American and first person of color to win the Nobel Peace Prize. And yet today, he is hardly a household name. We're talking, of course, about Ralph J. Bunche. A new book refers to him as the absolutely indispensable man.
His lifelong interest and passion in racial justice, specifically in the form of colonialism. And he saw his work as an activist and advocate for the Black community here in the United States as just the other side of the coin of his work trying to roll back European empire in Africa.
Author Cal Rostiala will join us to share his incredible story. That's on the next Black Table, here on the Black Star Network.
Hi, I am Tommy Davidson. I play Oscar on Proud Family, Louder and Prouder. I don't play Sammy, but I could. Or I don't play Obama, but I could. I don't do Stallone, but I could do all that. And I am here with Roland Martin on Unfiltered.
welcome back. Roland Martin Unfiltered. Come my panel, Matt. I'll start with you. If there's anybody, Matt, who should be targeted in re-election, is this man right here. This is Phil Sorrells. He is the district attorney for Tarrant County. Every black person in Tarrant County should be campaigning against this man, because he could have easily said, y'all, enough is enough. Listen, we messed it up, but bottom line is, she went to federal prison for 10 months on a violation. Why in the hell are we trying to pursue 5 damn years for a ballot that never even got counted?
Yeah, they should definitely primary him, and I'm really glad that this story came up today, because just yesterday I got an opinion from my local court of appeals where I lost an appeal that I'm going to take up, but I wanted to tell the viewers that it's extremely difficult to win on appeal, especially in the second court of appeals, which is there over Tarrant County. It's one of the most conservative in the whole state. So what happens on appeal most of the time is the judges on appeal are looking to see whether the judge below made a mistake. And what I'm so happy that Ms. Cole mentioned is that, you know, they actually lost on appeal at the first level. Now in Texas, we have 2 Supreme Courts essentially. We have one that's all civil called the Texas Supreme Court, and one that is all criminal called the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. So what's important about this is the highest level criminal court in the state of Texas said that they used the wrong law and the evidence was insufficient. They sent it back, and the lower court of appeals found the right decision. What's so remarkable about that is it's very, very difficult to win on appeal. What's also remarkable about this is that there was ever a conviction. This is a case every day of the week. A prosecutor who has their eyes open should recognize not only could they not prove this case, but they don't have the requisite evidence that she didn't know, and obviously the testimony corroborated that. And what's scary about this is if they want to make a political statement, they can completely sacrifice all decency and just run you through the ringer as they did her. And I'm glad to hear that her attorney said the word malicious, because what I thought is the way this lawsuit will likely be brought is a malicious prosecution lawsuit and or a selective enforcement lawsuit under the 14th Amendment, because it's pretty clear that in this very county, you have other people who have engaged in the same alleged conduct who have not received anything punitive at all, let alone punitive to this extent. So hopefully they're successful in that lawsuit. And I'll tell you, those are difficult lawsuits considering all the immunities that prosecutors and judges have. But the larger principle is, you know, one, they climbed the mountain and they won an extremely difficult case that they should never have had to be a part of. But 2, it's scary that despite all our systems of checks and balances and purported rule of law following, if they want to get you and they're out to get you, they will do what they can to get you. And that's what happened in this case. And I'm glad she had a formidable team that fought for her and won against all odds at the appeal.
I mean, this was absolutely malicious prosecution in every regard, Kelly. I mean, it just made no sense. I mean, literally, the man testifies, we never instructed her that she could not vote. She did not know. They were like, yeah, whatever.
No, I have to remember what exactly was happening exactly 8 years ago, right? Not necessarily to the day, but what was happening 8 years ago. We were in the middle of yet another election, and Trump was on the ballot for the first time. And if you recall, and I'm sure you do, there was already hints in the air of possibly, you know, prosecuting people for, you know, false ballots and trying to vote fraudulently and the like. And this case, to me, makes it abundantly clear that she was used incorrectly as an example for the right to feel validated in their response to fraudulent voting, and why Black people need to have restrictive access to voting, right? So now that the fire has somewhat sort of died just a little, just enough for this to more or less slide under the radar. If it weren't for your show, she would be free, and frankly, nobody would know about it because it's not necessarily being covered. So that's my perspective on this. This was a purely political move on behalf of Tarrant County. I agree with I believe Matt said something along the lines of this. The DA for Tarrant County needs to be primary, because this needs to be in the face of every voter, not just Black voters, but white voters, Hispanic voters, Asian voters, any voter in that county. Because if anything, that DA has made it clear that it's not just Black people who are on the line for having their rights taken away. It appears to be that if you are against any of his ideologies at all, if you are against any GOP ideology at all, he will try to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law, unnecessarily so. He will attack you until he can attack no more. And that's what we are seeing with this woman here, Crystal Mason. Thankfully, that leg of the process is over and she can get her just due in civil court.
This, Michael, would make me a one-issue voter. I don't give a damn about anything else. Take his ass out at the ballot box. Take this man, Phil Sorrells, out at the ballot box. And if he chooses not to run and retires, and any of his other people, and they were involved in this decision, take their asses out too.
Absolutely, Roland. We have to understand why people suppress our vote, especially Republicans. They fear our vote, and Republicans fear our vote oftentimes more than we value our vote. And this is why I've said before numerous times on your show, we have to stop telling African Americans to exercise your right to vote. If you want to exercise, you go to the gym and work out. You vote for power. You vote for Black power. And historically, you've had, in these former Confederate states, they've put impediments in the way of the 15th Amendment because they feared African Americans voting these people out of office and having political power. In the 1940s in Texas, they had what were called all-white primaries. The Democratic Party was given power by the state legislature to have all-white primaries and exclude African Americans from the primaries. This led to the U.S. Supreme Court case in 1944 of Smith versus Allwright that was won by Thurgood Marshall on behalf of Lonnie E. Smith, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that all-white primaries were unconstitutional. So there's a deep history of this in Texas. And then when you talked about the article from NBCNews.com, Brian Pritchard, first vice chairman of the Georgia Republican Party, a judge ruled that he voted illegally 9 times. Now, this is the same guy who spread claims of widespread voter fraud in the stolen election in 2020. And this guy voted illegally 9 times. You can't make this stuff up. This is why these people have to be defeated each time at the ballot box, including in 2024. This is about self-preservation.
Absolutely. And again, this woman, I mean, just imagine you serve time in federal prison, you get out, supervised released. You're with your family. You're in a home. You got a job. And then this happens. And then they go, oh, no. You got to go back to federal prison. 10 months. Added 2 years. Then when she gets out of federal prison, they still pursue her to throw her in state prison. I mean, it is beyond me. And I'm telling you, Matt, I mean, every Black person and every person of conscience in Tarrant County should be completely motivated in the next election to say, Phil got to go.
Yeah, I'm with you completely. I mean, it's abhorrent what they did to her, and what's so sad about it is, frankly, I think they probably thought, look, she's a felon from having been in the federal system, and one, she's a Black woman, so we know that they were targeting her, right? And that's just what evidence shows here. But I bet they felt like they, had cover, because here, in fact, in the judge's opinion, they talked about how her prior conviction was something relating to an alleged fraud or something. So they were claiming that her testimony may not have been considered credible. But the reason that all of that is hogwash is because they had evidence from people involved in the process who testified they hadn't told her she could not vote. And what's so problematic about that is in Texas, we actually have laws that relate to the restoration of former felons' rights, but also the possession of guns. And a lot of those laws are written very nebulously. I've literally had clients come to my office before who were getting off of parole or off of supervised release, and they just could not understand whether the law empowered them to do certain things because the law is written poorly. So here, where you have evidence where they've said we did not apprise her that she could not vote, that to me would have killed it as a prosecutor. I would have said, no, well, we don't have any evidence to prove that she had the requisite intent that we need. But if you're trying to target somebody for a political purpose, then you overlook that. And that's why I'm hoping that their malicious prosecution claim will be successful, because this is as prima facie evidence of that as it comes, I think.
Take them out. Take them out. All right, folks, gonna go to break. We'll be right back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Don't go anywhere. Back shortly.
Nathan Hochman will take politics out of the district attorney's office and restore public safety. A former federal prosecutor, Hochman will fairly enforce the laws to ensure justice is served. And as the former Ethics Commission president, Hochman will fight for effective criminal justice reform. Vote for independent Nathan Hochman for district attorney.
Back shortly.
Fanbase is pioneering a new era of social media for the creator economy. This next generation social media app with over 600,000 users is raising $17 million, and now is your chance to invest. For details on how to invest, visit startengine.com/fanbase or scan the QR code. Another way we're giving you the freedom to be you without limits.
This is Attorney Demario Solomon Simmons. I'm a national civil rights attorney. I'm also the founder and executive director of Justice for Greenwood. Many of you guys know I've been leading the fight with the last 2 living survivors and the Greenwood community overall. We have a historic hearing coming up on April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. in front of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. I need all of you to support us as we try to get justice for this issue for the first time in almost 103 years. Sign up to support us during this hearing on Tuesday, justiceforgreenwood.org/watch party, April 2nd, 1:30 p.m. We need your support, your messages, and your prayers. We appreciate you. Justice for Greenwood.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me, we talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
My name is Lena Jones, and I'm from Opelousas, Louisiana. Yes, that is Zydeco capital of the world.
My name is Margaret Chappelle. I'm from Dallas, Texas, representing the Urban Trivia Game.
It's me, Sherry Shepherd, and you know what you watch.
Roland Martin on Unfiltered.
All right, folks, welcome back. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has appointed 8 Tennessee State University alums the Board of Trustees. We discussed that yesterday and even laid out exactly who all of those members are. Here they are again. Now, the folks at Tennessee Holler, they, of course, are a nemesis of the Republicans there in the legislature. They actually shot this video here where the Speaker of the House said, oh, there were some Democrats who were very much supportive of this effort. Listen to this.
What did you think about the TSU bill in there? Did you feel like the optics are as bad as some of those Democrats were saying?
No, because you have a Democrat caucus that we worked with, and that's not what we're supporting.
Who was supporting it? They didn't seem to be supportive of that.
You can go talk to them.
There were no Dems that voted for that.
Behind the scenes, they were.
Oh, behind the scenes, oh, you're trying to start stuff, huh? Which ones?
Of course, now attention has turned to what's next, to have conversations with the governor and the administration about board members, the composition of those members.
Yeah, we just heard from Speaker, and they said that you guys, some Democrat lawmakers, were aware that they were going to bring this matter forward and were on board. Is that true?
We had an amendment in government operations that vacated 3 board members. That was it we thought was going to be on the bill. Now, I was told when session started that there would be a substitute component to the Senate bill. And we're never on board with a total vacate of.
Now, House Representative Antonio Perkins, yesterday, before the House voted, questioned why was Tennessee State the only public university in Tennessee that was hit with 5 audits in 1 year.
And Chairman Reagan, I think I know you, and you know me. I know what kind of person you are. I'm not gonna sit here and call anybody in this room a racist or say that this is a racist issue, but I will talk about it being disparate, because I don't want my mic cut off. But let's talk about the difference in how this university is treated. Let's talk about the fact that we had a finding of $544 million that was actually commissioned by our very own speaker. 250 million of those dollars were given to Tennessee State University the next year, and I wish that we had not given that $250 million to Tennessee State University, because that's when the fight began. As soon as the money was given to Tennessee State University, all of the problems became apparent or were sought after. $2 million put into the budget for an audit for a university. Disparate never, ever happened in the history of the state of Tennessee. 7 audits. Y'all didn't know that, did you? 7 audits, 5 of them by the state. Those of you from East Tennessee, UT has never dealt with a situation like that. And I'm just talking about the disparate treatment of the one black university in our state. You have to ask yourself this, right? $544 million. Imagine what Tennessee State University looks like with an influx of $544 million. Imagine the people that could be there answering phones, helping students, scholarships, housing. But instead, we choose to hand over $250 million and then tell them how bad of a job they're doing. Well, how can you do a good job if you are short $544 million? Now, I want to speak to these members. I want to speak to these members that I know have an independent mindset. I want to speak to the Sam Whitsons. I want to speak to the Mark Whites, the John Gillespie's, the Lowell Russells.
Representative Parkinson, I would ask you not to call out names because that gets you in a position. So Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was speaking positively of them. But to those members who know when right is right and wrong is wrong, who will speak to the disparate treatment of our HBCU, our one land grant institution that we know has not been treated properly, then we turn the tables on them and say, you didn't get this corrected in the correct amount of time. Well, let's do 7 audits or 5 audits from the state, and especially one for $2 billion that's looking for criminal activity on UT. Let's see how clean their audits come back. And I'm sorry, UT and President, I love you, but I'm just trying to make a point, y'all. This is not right. We have the power to let this action be corrected. Let me tell you about power in my 47 seconds. Power gives you the ability to bless someone or the ability to destroy someone. You only get 2 things with power: the ability to bless someone or the ability to destroy someone. And to you members, I'm going to ask you this. How are you going to use your power today?
to our panel. The thing, we discussed this yesterday, Matt, and we've been talking about it all week. First of all, folks, we're going to be broadcasting live from Nashville on Monday. You can go and show the graphic. 11 a.m. Local time, 12 Eastern. We're going to be in the state capitol rotunda, broadcasting a news conference, and then that evening, we're going to be on the campus of Tennessee State University hosting a 2-hour town forum, broadcasting from there. Guys, you have the graphic? All right. So we're going to be there broadcasting. Our goal, of course, is to highlight these issues and to speak to the issues. Again, everybody's invited over to the public that evening. We'll be on the campus again of Tennessee State. And so look forward to that conversation. Matt, you heard Representative Parkinson, talk about they had a committee 2 years ago that showed that Tennessee State had been underfunded to the tune of $544 million. Then in September, the Biden-Harris administration sent letters out. Education Secretary Cardona and Bill Sack, Ag Secretary, stating that a number of HBCU land grant institutions in about 16 states, frankly, had been cheated out of $13 billion in land grant money. In Georgia, the Black Caucus there sued Georgia. Fort Valley State, for instance, they say was owed $603 million. And I said yesterday to Tennessee Representative Harold Ford, and he said, well, we were hoping we'd get this taken care of in the budget. I'm sitting there going, no, you got to sue them. I think there should be massive lawsuits in every single state where you have a public HBCU where they have been cheated out of this money.
Story like this about Florida, and I think it was FAMU, with a similar issue where they've been cheated out of money for decades. And that's what's so horrible about this, is that they've underfunded this school for a very long time and are hyper fixated on trying to issue there, despite the fact, in one of the articles that I read, that the University of Tennessee, at Knoxville, apparently had some of the same housing issues and some of the other issues that have been attributed to TSU and its audit. And what I think is interesting about this situation is I was on the Tennessee State website to make sure I learned more about how the Board of Trustees is populated. And it looks like under Tennessee law, the governor gets to appoint 8 of those 10 members on the board. So that's a problem, because it seems like the lack of local governance is baked into the law, and it creates a situation where if you have a supermajority or you have a Republican or somebody who is an enemy of the school, essentially, they can vacate a board because they serve at the pleasure of the governor. And I don't know all the procedural requirements for that, but the larger issue is if the schools don't have local autonomy and local authority, then they're always subject to this exact thing happening. And what we know is it's targeting, full stop. I mean, the fact that UT Knoxville has had some of the same issues and has not had an inordinate number of audits in a very short period of time and isn't being called to the carpet shows you that they are looking for fault with the black school where they're not looking for fault with other flagship universities. But I think part of the issue is going forward, there needs to be a recalibration of how the schools can even govern themselves. And I know there are probably similar mechanisms in other states and similar board of trustee type situations, but the problem is Tennessee State needs to be able to govern itself. And the problem is with Bill Lee now being able to put in all 10 people on this board, or rather all 8 of them, I think, that are appointed by him, and then there's one other member that's populated, I think, by the school, a faculty member. That allows him to control, and Republicans, frankly, to control Tennessee State's future going forward. So there are multiple issues at play here, and I think it's called the Focus Act. And if I were a Democrat in Tennessee, I would be working nonstop to repeal that so that the local schools have local autonomy.
Thing here that I am trying, and we've been sounding this along, Kelly, and every HBCU where Republicans have a supermajority, they had better prepare themselves, because Republicans are going to repeat this kind of crap here all across the country, and especially all across the South.
Absolutely, and I would go a step further and say, even if you have an HBCU that is not in a GOP stronghold, I would still urge those HBCUs to fight to make sure and ensure that they have self-governing capabilities, because politics are politics. There's no guarantee that your governor will always be an HBCU advocate. So you need to prepare yourself to make sure that anything that comes your way, you have solid footing and you won't be swayed one way or the other. But what I will say regarding Tennessee specifically, it is astounding to me how the $500 million that they have not yet received. That's how underfunded they have been, and yet they have some of the most incredible alumni in the world. They have some of the best students on the planet right now. The education that people get at TSU and every HBCU is bar none. And the fact that we have a history of being underfunded, the fact that we have a history of being disenfranchised and overlooked and underfunded across the board, and yet you still have this legacy of excellence. Can you imagine if we actually were funded, if we actually did get our worth? And it wouldn't just be a benefit to just Black students, it would literally be a benefit to the entire country, because it would be a reflection of the entire higher education system in this country and how excellent it can all be. But racism rears its ugly head every time, and we get stuff like this. And it to me, it's just sad. The fact that racism disenfranchises everyone, but they only think of themselves, and that's how things like this just keep going and perpetuate.
Michael, I'm telling you, people need to understand, when you start looking at CRT, woke, DEI, affirmative action decision, everybody kept talking about after the affirmative action decision, oh, this is a silver lining for HBCUs. No, it's not. They are going to be attacked. And these Republicans are not going to want these places to be bastions of Black power.
Correct, Roland. All this is a continuation of the U.S. Civil War in the Reconstruction. If you understand what these white supremacists were doing from 1865 to 1877, then going into the Jim Crow era, where they're rewriting state constitutions to impose poll taxes and literacy tests to attack African Americans. This is a continuation of this, and it's a continuation of them using the laws and the power of the state legislature as well as the governorship to attack African Americans. I've said numerous times on this show, politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and in the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties. And this is what we're seeing here. Everything that governs our lives turns on the vote. And reading the article from NBC News on this, as well as one from News Channel 5, Nashville, they talk about how over a 30-year period of time, Tennessee State University has been underfunded by the tune of $2.1 billion. Okay, and that's underfunded from the state.
Right? No. The $544 million is from the state. The $2.1 billion, that's what they're owed from the federal because of those land grant dollars from the federal government.
Land grant is land grant colleges. Yeah, land grant.
No, that's what I'm saying. So yesterday, when Harold Love was on, he said that you had Republicans, they were trying to mix the two together. It's supposed to be, those are two separate pools of money. A Tennessee committee in 2022 determined that Tennessee State was owed they were underfunded to the tune of $544 million by the state. At $2.1 billion, that's what they actually are owed as a result of those federal dollars.
Okay, so we're talking about close to $2.6 billion.
$2.6 billion. Yep.
$2.6 billion, exactly. Okay, so all of this is a fight over money and power, scarce wealth, power, and resources, and this also deals with the power of a governor. Okay, because the governor has the authority to appoint the board
to this HBCU, Tennessee State University. And first of all, you did a fantastic segment, Roland. I watched the entire thing. It was about 46 minutes. And Dr. Greg Carr yesterday was fantastic as well in his analysis on this. And he said that these white supremacists are running a Boston on us. And this is going to be the model that they use from state to state to state. So this is why we have to fight back. This is about self-preservation.
I keep letting folks know that this thing is real. So folks need to understand it's happening now. While that happened, the governor also signed a bill repealing police traffic stop reforms made in Memphis after the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols by Memphis cops in January 2023. GOP lawmakers pushed this bill despite pleas from Nichols' parents to give them a chance to find a compromise. Lee's signature means that the law outlaws so-called pretextual traffic stops, such as for a broken tail light and other minor violations, that law is immediately rendered null and void. Lee agreed with Republican lawmakers who said Nichols' death needed to result in accountability for officers who abuse power, but not new limits on how authorities conduct traffic stops. And this is what we talk about and the fact that they did. But this is all because, Matt, they have a supermajority and they can do whatever they want, and it doesn't matter what Democrats have to say.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it goes back to the same point I made earlier about local control and divesting Memphis, a Democratic stronghold, of its autonomy. But what I think is especially insidious about this particular bill is the messaging that they're trying to advance. And what they're saying is, yeah, the officers who engaged in this need to be held accountable, but we don't need to take away officers' ability to do what they think is right on the street. And they're trying to sell that as though it gives officers more freedom to make, the stops that they think are appropriate in enforcing the law. But what it's really saying is we think the people in Memphis, one, can't do something that is, a justice reform measure where you're going to stop officers from being able to use pretext stops, which is one of the biggest issues in policing, pretext stops, where they pull you over for some minor infraction to try to search your car or do some other thing, and a major arrest ends up coming out of it, right? That happens all the time where they use a pretext to stop you. So not stopping the police officers in Memphis from doing this sends a message to say, one, we don't think you can govern yourselves, and two, we're going to give police officers carte blanche to do whatever they want, even if it is shown that those pretext stops don't correlate with a large number of felony stops and are racially divisive and racially discriminatory, which we know that they are both in Tennessee and across the country. So I think the messaging especially is problematic here, because the people of Memphis elect their representatives, and those representatives have the autonomy to decide what is best for their community. And that is normally what we hear conservatives trumpet in all of the state houses where conservatives have a supermajority, including here in Texas. So it's interesting that they turn back on their own word and ideology when it's advantageous for them to do so, despite crowing this all the rest of the time.
The crazy thing for me, Kelly, is you got people who don't even live in Memphis, who are not from Memphis, who are now telling Memphis what they can do. And I guarantee you those same Republicans will be mad as hell if Memphis are telling them what to do in their city, in their county.
Well, sure, but if anything that the GOP is good for, it's hypocrisy. So what's good for the goose isn't always necessarily good for the gander as far as they're concerned. If it's good for them, it's good. If it's good for somebody else, it's bad, and they don't want that to happen. So I echo Matt's sentiments, but really this boils down to a power grab, a disenfranchisement yet again of people of color in that jurisdiction, and trying to maintain what little power they still have and have an attempt to grow that power so that they can come back into the situation. But hopefully with voting, with vigilance, some things can turn back around.
We say it all the time, Michael, why voting matters. You got Republicans in Louisiana, that MAGA Jeff Landry, now the governor Now they want to rewrite the state's constitution in 2 weeks. People better understand what happens when you stay your ass at home. So all y'all people sitting there talking about, oh, I'm gonna go ahead and stay at home in November. Okay.
You're a damn fool. You're a damn fool and don't understand history. Go back to 1898 when Louisiana rewrote their state constitution. They imposed poll taxes, literacy tests, a grandfather clause, but they also imposed a 9-3 a 9-3 clause for criminal court cases, so that if you were found guilty in a criminal court case, it didn't have to be unanimous. It could be 9-3. And they did this specifically, when you go research this, they did this specifically to nullify any African Americans that were on a jury, because it was legal for African Americans to serve on juries in Louisiana in 1898. So they did that so that if African Americans on the jury found that an African American defendant was not guilty, 9 white people found them guilty, guess what? You're guilty and you go to prison. Then decades later, it was switched to 10-2. It was made unanimous somewhere around 2018, okay? So this is a legacy of that Jim Crow era. People don't, your understanding of politics is directly related to your understanding of history. When I hear people talking about not voting, staying at home, they are trying to wipe us off of the political chessboard. They're doing it at the state legislature level. They're doing it at the local level. They're trying to take back the White House, keep the House of Representatives, and take back the Senate. And then if you study what the Heritage Foundation is trying to do with Project 2025, okay, they're trying to repeat the same game that they ran in 1980 with the first Reagan administration. The Heritage Foundation, this right-wing think tank, they put out a book that contained 2,000 policies that they wanted enacted by the Reagan administration. The Reagan administration enacted 60% of those policies, downsizing government, reversing policies that were beneficial for African Americans. They're trying to do the same thing again because it worked, and we still haven't figured this out. This is why voting is so important, but you have to understand history, economics, law, and politics, and how all this comes together.
Hold tight for 1 second. When we come back, we're going to talk about folks now targeting a scholarship after George Floyd. Y'all, I'm telling you, anything out there for black folks, they coming after it. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Fanbase is pioneering a new era of social media for the creator economy. This next generation social media app with over 600,000 users is raising $17 million, and now is your chance to invest. For details on how to invest, visit startengine.com/fanbase or scan the QR code. Another way we're giving you the freedom to be you without limits.
As bad as Trump was, his economy was worse, and Black America felt it the most. He cut health insurance while giving tax breaks to the wealthy and big business. As president, I put money in pockets and capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. There's a lot more to do, but we can do it together.
I'm Dee Barnes, and next on the frequency, Beyonce has always been country. We're talking to music, pop culture, and politics writer Taylor Compton about her new article on Beyonce's new country songs and how country music has always been part of Black culture.
Since the release of Texas Hold'em and 16 Carriages, there has been a definition of what Black country music is and a definition of what white country music is. White country music historically has always won the awards, have always got the certifications. Black country music has not.
This is a conversation you don't want to miss. That's next on the frequency on the Black Star Network.
Hello, I'm Paula J. Parker. Judy Proud of the Proud Family, Louder and Prouder on Disney Plus. And you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Well, white conservatives strike again. This time they're going after Minnesota's North Central University's George Floyd Memorial Scholarship for young Black students. A legal complaint filed by the Equal Protection Project with the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights says that the scholarship violates Title VI of the Civil Rights Act by exclusively qualifying for Black students. The law prohibits intentional discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in any federally funded program or activity. Here's the scholarship's description. Thank you for your interest in the George Floyd Memorial Scholarship. The George Floyd Memorial Scholarship provides a way to invest in a new generation of young Black Americans, poised and ready to be leaders in our community and our nation. We believe that the George Floyd Memorial Scholarship will enable North Central University to increase our number of Black students who will impact the learning environment in a positive manner. Diversifying our learning environment is key to being a university that looks and acts like heaven. Well, guess what? These are the requirements here. But let's just be real clear. These folk here, they ain't Christian. They don't care. And bottom line here, Michael, and I keep warning people. I keep warning them. If it's any program to help Black people, oh, these white racists come after all of them.
Yes, they are, Roland. And this is a continuation of the conversation that we had with the sisters who founded the Fearless Fund and the lawsuit that white conservative Ed Bloom filed. Now, I know they're citing Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. I guess they're citing Section 601, non-discrimination in federally assisted programs, which makes race-based programs illegal. If people go to archives.gov and read the 1964 Civil Rights Act and look at Title VI, Section 601, it explains it there. Now, what the distinction that I need made, are these federal funds, Roland, or are these like funds from another source? Because the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Section 601, deals with federally funded, federally assisted programs.
Well, they're claiming because this university receives federal funds, there can't be a scholarship that targets African Americans. Matt?
So, Michael kind of got right where I was going to go. I think it's a matter now of changing the strategy. And I think that schools who want to provide a scholarship like this need to have a link on their website that shows all the available scholarships, but the money has to come from a completely private entity, private endowment, or private foundation. Because what's problematic about this, I read the Title VI complaint, and I have a case adjacent to a Title VI complaint right now, and it's exactly, from my understanding, what you said. It is an organization or an entity that receives federal funding. If they're discriminating in the benefits of their programming, then they're in violation of the law. And what makes this very tenuous legally is the case from last year, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard. They've actually cited that case in their Title VI letter to the Department of Education Civil Rights Office. And what it says in that case is it says that even if the motive is essentially a positive one, i.e. to empower people of a particular protected class here, Black Americans, it runs afoul of the law. And the problem is, I don't think they're wrong, at least as it relates to the letter of the law. So now it's incumbent on us, people who are trying to support Black students particularly, to find ways around that. And frankly, that has to be completely private money that's doling out these scholarships that is not in any way, adherent to the federal funding or receiving federal funding. And that's what I see as the problem here, because they're trying to use it as both, a sword and a shield, essentially, in saying, well, if you are saying that we're discriminating by not allowing enough Black students in, or, as it relates to admissions programs, then anything that is just for Black people is something that runs afoul of the law. And the way the law is written, I think there is a little bit of a hole there. So I don't know how to do that beyond strategizing and putting the money in a pot that has no federal funding whatsoever.
Kelly?
No, I echo the sentiments of Matt here. I immediately thought of the scholarships that I have received in the course of my academic work. And because I went to an HBCU or was from an HBCU going into other academia, there were scholarships in place, again, almost completely privately funded, that were targeting people of color in very unique ways. So it wasn't that white people couldn't get them, but you had to be where Black people are in order to get them, that being an HBCU. So if you have, like Matt said, you have to be strategic in this regard. in order to get what you need. And there will always be a way to get Black people what they need. So I'm not necessarily worried about that, but I will say that it is frustrating for what I find to be a somewhat dying breed of Americans being this staunchly racist, this gung-ho and adamant about not helping people of color, still controlling what is necessary for people of color to survive and thrive in this country. Hopefully, like I said, this dying breed will die off sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, strategies will come into play to make sure that we have what we need.
Indeed. Michael, Kelly, Matt, I appreciate y'all being on today's show. Thank you so very much. Folks, we come back and continue our tribute to the late, great Lou Gossett Jr., who passed away last night at the age of 87. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network.
This is Attorney Demario Solomon Simmons. I'm a national civil rights attorney. I'm also the founder and executive director of Justice for Greenwood. Many of you guys know I've been leading the fight with the last two living survivors and the Greenwood community overall. We have a historic hearing coming up on April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. in front of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. I need all of you to support us as we try to get justice for this issue for the first time in almost 103 years. Sign up to support us during this hearing on Tuesday, justiceforgreenwood.org/watch party, April 2nd, 1:30 p.m. We need your support, your messages, and your prayers. We appreciate you. Justice for Greenwood.
On the next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie. People can't live with them, can't live without them. Our relationships often have more ups and downs than a boardwalk roller coaster, but it doesn't have to be that way.
Trust your gut. Whenever your gut is like, this isn't healthy, this isn't right, I don't like the way that I'm being treated. This goes for males and females. Trust your gut, and then whenever that gut feeling comes, have a conversation.
Knowing how to grow or when to go. A step-by-step guide on the next, A Balanced Life on Black Star Network.
Janet actually called me, and she said, "You remember us having an argument in the studio, whatever." And I said, "No, not really, because we never argued in the studio." And she said, "Well, there's this piece we found, and can you come over and watch it with me?" And I said, "Sure." And I went over and watched it, and I loved it. I just started laughing. I said, "This is great, Janet." And she said, "Okay, so you're okay with this?" I said, "Yeah, I'm fine with it." Because literally, we worked together for, I don't know how many days we've been in the studio together. And literally, we had maybe one argument like that. Right. And it was captured. But of course, that's the thing that, absolutely, people want to see. But yeah, that kind of thing happens. Some days that's with, your voice isn't good today. Let's just go see a movie or let's go just chill. But, some days it's tough love. Like, you got to do that again.
Voice of Sugar Mama on Disney's Louder and Prouder Disney Plus. And I'm with Roland Martin on Unfiltered.
Laughing at me, dick brain.
No, sir.
You better stop eyeballing me, boy. I'll rip your eyeballs out the sockets and skull. Fuck you to death.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, boy?
Mayor. Zach Mayor, sir.
How did you slip into this program? I didn't know the Navy was so hard up.
The winner is Lou Gossett Jr.
You know, when you prepare a speech, it's no use because it's all gone. I tried to get my kid to come up here to share this with me, but there are some special people I would like to share this with. Specifically, tomorrow is the 17th anniversary of my relationship with my one agent, Mr. Ed Bondi. They say marriages don't last. I've got a spirit that guides me, starting from a great-grandmother who died at the age of 117, and my mom and dad, who I know are watching, and my cousin Yvonne, thank you. You make everything fall into place. And all you other four guys, this is ours. Thank you.
Lou Gossett, of course, winning, and in fact, if I'm correct, he was the first African American to win an Oscar since Sidney Poitier did. That's why it was so historic. 4 years ago, we were on the red carpet at the American Black Film Festival and talking to a variety of folks, and Lou Gossett came by, and so we had an opportunity to chat with him. And so we're going to show you some of that conversation. And what's interesting, in that same red carpet, I talked for the first time and only time with Lance Reddick, who passed away last year as well. Here is our chat with Lou.
Was a little difficult.
All right.
GMCC.
Hold on. Let's see it come out. So we're going to get this set up right here. Video, here we go. I think we got it going. All right, here we go. All right, go ahead.
Because of loss of John Singleton. And so it's always good to see. But it's here right, talk to him now. It's always good to see my man. How you doing? You looking good. What's that food you eating? Give me some. Huh? Well, of course, I'm gonna kneel down here. I got this I just got this when I was in Ghana in December. So I got this outfit here. Well, I was in Ghana in November. Did you get my message? I didn't get your message. But you when you do call me, when you call me like, hey, you should call me. It's important. Click. I'm gonna talk to you. I got some stuff to talk to you about. No problem. Hit me anytime. I have a foundation. It's called E-Racism. And now's the time for it to be in action. After we travel around, we see what the situation and the problems are. I think it'll make sense to you. What this is in here is the accumulation of all the football, all the fights, all the falling on forces, all the punches over a 60-year career. Absolutely. Of course, it's my choice to be like this way. You've been honored tonight, and it's great to see some of the people who want to come out and show you some love tonight. I'm amazed. I'm pleasantly amazed, especially these young folks. That's amazing. It's a miracle. Well, they've been watching you. We've been watching. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Great pleasure. And you look good, sir. Well, I'm just trying to do like you. I see you got the relaxed black tux tonight. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's just I'm uncomfortable. I understand. That's why I'm real comfortable. And I tell them all the time, see, if you wear an African outfit at a black event, they can't turn you away. That's right. See, they can be uncomfortable in tuxedo. We'll be real comfortable. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. All right, Doc. I'll see you later. Always good to see you. You give me a call. We'll chat anytime. Absolutely. All right, you take care. All right, folks. Louis Gossett there, and so appreciate it. So we're always.
Well, in 2016, when the remake of Roots was released, we chatted with Lou Gossett Jr. on TV1's News One Now.
Very touching right here. Let me quickly get a photo of this.
It's done, and then there would be up in the thing, and then we get on with normal. We had no idea that this is going to be a God child, and we had no idea it was going to be lightning in the bottle. But we were getting this acceptance now because the society was growing up, if you know what I'm saying. We needed to step on the southern market, put it on from Monday to Friday, get rid of it. But we had our say, and then we'll go back to normal. We did the very best we can because we never knew we'd get another opportunity to do it again.
So all of a sudden, you guys begin to win these awards, Emmys, Golden Globe, Peabody. What was the reaction from the cast with the love you were receiving from across the country?
Totally surprised. But then you back up and you say, it's like Alice Haley's grandma said, God may not be there when you want him, but he's always there. on time. So it was, the Roots was a time whose time had come. Everything was right. We had no idea that it was going to be so enormously successful, nor did ABC. When it hit, the entire world stopped, including the Southern market. And it was still the highest watched television series in the television history, because the time had come. So then we started to say, well, maybe this is not just a little special thing. It took a minute for us to realize how important it was as we got our awards and we got our different invitations to different venues. It took over a year for them to not expect it, to put programming. And that's where John Amos came with the Jeffersons and Good Times, etc. And then things have gotten better incrementally every year since then.
How important was the success of the original Roots to launching the careers of so many African Americans in Hollywood?
It opened a lot of doors, but it took a minute for those projects to be prepared, over a year, year and a half, and then they started spilling out. I wound up doing Sadat, managed to do Lawman Without a Gun, Benny's Place, Satchel Paige. Thank God for television, because all those stories needed to be told, but only after Roots was done.
So here we are now focused on the 40th anniversary of Roots. What do you see as the long-term impact of this miniseries on television and Hollywood?
Well, it's had an incredible impact because it's still the most watched television series in television history, including The Moonshot. More people watch this than watch The Moonshot. So Roots is such a historical blockbuster that we're going to do it again. And Mark Roper thought to do it again because his children didn't understand the original Roots. So he's translating, using contemporary famous people to play the same parts. More power to them. But the door is wide open for the rest of our story. The rest of our legacy has to come, and there's an audience waiting to see it. In films, 12 Years a Slave, The Help, etc., there's so much more to tell. And now our filmmakers have the opportunity, because there's so many venues, to tell those stories straight from us to the public. Thank God for Roots first, and we've gone incrementally in that direction ever since, but faster now than before.
Now, of course, Roots is now being remade. It's going to air on the History Channel beginning of Memorial Day. Now, when I talked to you at the Trumpet Awards, you said this.
It's been done. We can't reinvent the wheel. The story's been told. There's so much else. There's a continuum. There's all the Renaissance. There's the cowboy. There's the soldiers. The literary people. W.E.B. Du Bois. There's so much to tell in continuation. So that's a legacy. We should need to continue on if we have that airtime. I know why, because he wants to be like his dad. But I'd like to encourage him to continue on with the legacy. There's so much to tell. It's never going to be over. It's like Yogi Berra said, it ain't over till it's over. We have a lot of stories about us that people need to know about.
So the question I have, why have you changed your mind?
Well, my take was that my initial gut take, and they punished me because I'm not part of the universe, but it's okay. That David Wolper did a beautiful job, and so did we. That's been done. Just re-show it to the next children and explain to them what it's about. Mark Wolper made a decision. I have to respect his decision, show his children a Roots that they would understand. Okay, that being done, we still have the rest of our legacy to tell. So if he hasn't done it, we're going to have to. We'll have to do that. So I can't put that down as much as I used to before, because my gut thing is, why reinvent the wheel? If Lonnie did a brilliant job and so did us, why do it again? Obviously, it's his decision. So we will see it, compare the tape. The great Forrest Whitaker's playing fiddler. I got to see him do that. There's Lawrence Fishburne. I got to see all those people do that again. And then now we've got two. Now we still got to get on with the rest of the story.
So when it comes to Roots, you have, of course, Will Packer as producer, Mario Van Peebles is one of the directors. How important is it to have African Americans who are in front of the camera and behind the camera telling these stories?
Well, it changes the consciousness. So we just talked about this in another interview, wondering when we're going to get another shot, and when we're going to get when are they going to give us an opportunity? We don't have to wait for them giving us opportunity anymore. There's so many venues and there's so money coming that we finally can tell our own story our own way. We need to level the playing field. And that's what Selma is, and that's what other things are done. So Ava and Will Packer and others. And Denzel now on HBO and Fuqua, Antoine Fuqua. What a combination of people. We don't have to wait for another opportunity. We can create the opportunity now. It's the beginning of that new mentality. It's very exciting to know how much more is going to happen. I'm directing my next movie with Nick Cannon and Lisa Leslie.
And we've had you on TV One before, talking to next generation of young actors. What do you say to the likes of Michael B. Jordan, Chadwick Boseman, and all these other young brothers and sisters who are coming up in Hollywood?
Well, my answer is go for it. Go for it. There's no such thing as impossible these days. There's so much. All we have to do is prepare properly, and the opportunity will come. No such thing as impossible. You shoot for a 10, you get a 5. That's 5 more than you had when you started. Go for another 10. Go in that direction, and don't give up.
Lou Gossett, always good to see you, brother. Take care.
Thank you, Roland. Still got my love and respect. God bless.
Folks, Roots, the complete original series is now available in digital HD for downloads from digital retailers and will be released on Blu-ray on June 7th. Folks, we talked to Lou Gossett in December 2022. He showed us a video. He was in a car, and the cast of The Color Purple paid tribute to him. And Lou told us folks to send it to us, and I thought he had airdropped it to us. I'm gonna keep looking for it. But it is on, it was on YouTube and was shot from another angle, and Fantasia posted this in her tribute to Lou Gossett today on Instagram.
We wanted to tell you, we just want to say thank you so much. We thank you, dear legend. You may not think of yourself this way, but we know you are. We are on your shoulder. Thank you so much. And all you did for us today. Thank you so much.
We thank you for everything that you've done. All the world and races you've done. Ooh, we thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you.
Man, Lou was so moved by that, and he was just, he just thought it was amazing how they paid their respects to him for that. So we certainly appreciate him and his work. And normally, when we do these memorials, we normally invite a number of artists and others to reflect on them. But because we had so many interviews and interactions with Lou Gossett Jr., we want to actually spend the time and show you those. So we're going to go to a break, and we come back. We're going to have for you that one-on-one interview that I did with Lou Gossett, Roland interview. I'm so glad he would call me and he would hit me up and he would say, man, we got to sit down and talk. And I was so glad that we finally made that happen in December 2022. And so we'll do that. And so that is it for me. I will see you guys on Monday live from Nashville in our continuation of the tribute to the great Lou Gossett Jr., who passed away at the age of 87. He is now an ancestor. I'll see you on Monday.
This is Attorney Demario Solomon Simmons. I'm a national civil rights attorney. I'm also the founder and executive director of Justice for Greenwood. Many of you guys know I've been leading the fight with the last 2 living survivors and the Greenwood community overall. We have a historic hearing coming up on April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. in front of the Oklahoma Supreme Court. I need all of you to support us as we try to get justice for this issue for the first time in almost 103 years. Sign up to support us during this hearing on Tuesday, justiceforgreenwood.org/watch party, April 2nd, 1:30 p.m. We need your support, your messages, and your prayers. We appreciate you. Justice for Greenwood.
As bad as Trump was, his economy was worse, and Black America felt it the most. He cut health insurance while giving tax breaks to the wealthy and big business. He stoked racial violence, attacked voting rights, and if reelected, vowed to be a dictator and, quote, get revenge. You can't go back. As president, I put money in pockets, creating millions of new jobs, and capped the cost of medicine at $35 a month. There's a lot more to do, but we can do it together. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Fanbase is pioneering a new era of social media for the creator economy. This next generation social media app with over 600,000 users is raising $17 million, and now is your chance to invest. For details on how to invest, visit startengine.com/fanbase or scan the QR code. Another way we're giving you the freedom to be you without limits.
Look, we've been trying to do this for years.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Finally.
Finally. It's good to see you, sir.
Doc, how you doing?
I'm blessed and highly favored. I'm very lucky, man. I'm here on God's time, you know. You can look at the length of my career. Started at the age of 17 in 1953. I have a photograph of me and my great-grandmama, who's from down here.
Mm-hmm.
She had to be approximately, at that photograph, 110.
Wow.
So she was a slave, so we don't know, I say approximately, because the Bible didn't get started until after the slaves were freed, and her birth was not recorded in the Bible, and she remembers the Bible being started. So the next time I'll show you these photographs. So now I've been doing this since 1953, and this is what the year it is now. I'm on Barr's time. I'm on just the longest career that you can think of.
I see an interesting listening to you. So I just saw Emancipation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Starring Will Smith.
Yeah.
And it's amazing we have these conversations with people and they say, oh, slavery was just so long ago. And so for you to say, no, my great-grandmother was a slave.
Yes. And I think it's now to our benefit. Because when you travel, like Glenn is traveling now and others will, we get to see the condition of other countries, other oceans, other cultures. And if we believe in God, a lot of us do, He's telling us if you don't get rid of that stuff that makes somebody superior or inferior and work together for a mutual salvation, everybody's gone. So I walk around talking to the kids about foundation, which is that way.
Mm-hmm.
But as an elder, it's called for what it's worth. I don't get in anybody's face. But the truth is the truth. We are desperately needed at our best for the salvation of mankind.
I want to talk about that. Just obviously, we really want to go in detail about roots. But I did a video after I saw Emancipation, and it absolutely bothers me when I hear people say, look, man, I'm sick of these slavery movies. We're more than that. That's pain. That's black trauma. And my deal is, Jewish folks make it perfectly clear.
Of course.
Never forget.
No, never forget.
And I say, I don't care what you say. When I see many of these films, I'm seeing resilience. I'm seeing a fight. I'm seeing never broken.
There's no such thing as impossible.
And so for me, it's not trauma. It's called history.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Now there's a trick in it though, and the trick is if you hold on to that resentment. We're the ones that get the cancer. We're the ones that get the high blood pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to take it and put it aside as we go ahead for the benefit of us all. We just have one of the oldest cultures that's desperately needed for mutual salvation. That's the consciousness for us to behave as if we have the keys in our roots to save mankind, right, and be a major contribution to our mutual salvation. That puts us where we belong.
I gave a commencement speech to Grambling.
Yes, sir.
And the title of the speech was "Never Say Toby."
Tony, yeah.
And so when I gave the commencement speech, and when I worked in newspapers, among the black staffers, I would say that. They would be frustrated, they would be upset. And I would say, "Never say Toby."
Never say Tony.
Never say Toby.
Toby, yeah, bro.
And the white staffers never knew the hell I was talking about.
Yes, sir.
And the black folks were like, "Bro, did you say never say Toby?" I'm like, "Yes, never say Toby." And they were shocked that I would say that, but I was trying to get them to understand, don't let them break you.
Yeah, but we're getting to a place where the way we think and feel now is for the benefit of everybody, but there's no enemy. We're together. Otherwise, we're on this 747 airplane, you know, and it's at 30,000 feet, it's about to crash. The people inside the plane are fighting about who's going to be in first class.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. Now it's time to, sometimes reluctantly, to take bury the hash a little bit and work together for mutual salvation. And that one act puts us where we belong.
You mentioned consciousness.
Yes, sir.
And I've said for years, Black America needs a massive reprogramming.
Oh, yeah. Deprogramming. Deprogramming and then reprogramming, reminding before Fiddler what we came with. We were told to get rid of that stuff. Now that very same thing that we're told to get rid of is one of the things that's most necessary for our mutual salvation. The love of God, the pride in the earth, the water, and one another, men and women, women and men, children. There's this child the other day, it was in the papers, 12 years old. His voice don't go higher than that. He kissed a 13-year-old. And they're proud of it. Walking down the street, I got him. That's not us. That's not us. It breaks my heart. That's not the boy I remember in front of the Maasai line in Kenya. Or the kid who was from the Ashanti. That's not them. That's not our children.
You've never been shy or afraid of Afrocentric roots. And it's amazing, a lot of our people, man, I'm not from there. And so if you're wearing the clothes and people, man, what are you doing? You're just like, it's a costume. It's always interesting when I'm having these conversations with some individuals. And I explain to them all the time, one, if that's your view, you clearly have never used your passport. And two, you've never actually had that experience of stepping foot in the motherland and seeing and feeling and understanding where we actually come from and where civilization comes from.
Well, I believe very much in God. And full circle, tried everything. You know, me and Billy Joe Williams, we did all that stuff. You know, in Harlem, the dance and all that. Finally comes out full circle. God's still in charge. He's over the corner with his arms sort of laugh or smile on his face. Well, if he's in charge, we're going to come back to the truth eventually. And there's roles that we played back in Africa before we got slavery. And there's a reason why we control the planet. We made a lot of mistakes, but we control the planet with that system. Whatever age, there's something for you to do with the benefit of the whole tribe. Make the bed, get the beans, we'll get the eggs, and then we'll cook. It would go that way until you become a father and then an elder, which is I become a griot. As long as that's the first order of business, is to feed back whatever it takes, back to the tribe. So everybody listens. If somebody falls out of line, they stick out like a sore thumb. Now they're all sticking out like a sore thumb. So you see the difference of what we used to do as opposed to what's happening today. It breaks my heart to see a kid whose voice has not even dropped yet. I shot that. Doesn't make sense. That's not us. That's not us. So for what it's worth, until God calls me, I'm so fortunate to be left alive and it's reasonably healthy to open my mouth like here and everywhere else and say it's more for us to do. We go back to the basics. And the ones who are listening are shining and sticking out like wonderful sort of. The athletes, the actors now. I'm so proud to still be around to witness. Even Will Smith. That is one of the finest actors and gentlemen I know. He deserves to get what he did. That was an emotional thing. That's something else.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many of them out there. It's great to sit here and listen and watch these kids. Taraji Henson. Boy, there's some good ones out there. They're so good, man. I'm glad to get an opportunity to grace a soundstage with them. Where'd they come from? I'm looking up. It's just I want to put my tobacco back. My girl, yeah, look here. I'm sorry, there's some young brothers and sisters out here. I'm very proud of them.
Well, it's interesting you say that because there were anybody who understands the history when Roots was being made.
Yes, sir.
Every black person in Hollywood was trying to be in that.
Yeah.
And so many people just believed after the fact, because of the ratings and all the attention, that it would just throw open so many doors for black actors. And it didn't happen.
It was the season of Roots. It was put on because it had to contract with David Wolper and Fred Silverman. As realistic, it would lose ratings for 7 days. And then we could finish, go back to normal. And the whole thing flipped around. My best friend in Roots was Vic Morrow. We grew up together. We played ball together. A great athlete. And I came on the set as fiddler. And I had just met LeVar. We hung out and we fell in love. That was my father and son, big brother. And Vic said, hey, Louis, New York guy, I said, I want to apologize in advance. He said, why? He said, well, you'll see. So I'm standing there as fiddler. I'm looking at LeVar Burton and Kunta Kinte at the same time. Look at my friend Vic Morrow, asking Kunta Kinte to say, Toby. I got mixed emotions. Because he apologized, he knew what was going to happen.
Right.
So finally, when LeVar finally said, Kunta Kinte said, my name was Toby, it broke my heart. So now, he's cut down, and that's the end of the scene. But I kept on going, and he kept the camera going. So I said to him, I said, wiped his hands. I said, what do you care what that man wants you to say? Kunta Kinte, that's your name. That's who you'll always be. And I looked up at Vic, and I said, there's going to be another day. You hear me? There's going to be a better day. And kind of Vic said in his acting things, just like that. There's the double truth in our counterparts. And that's what I pray for on a daily basis. That those men, those Vic Morrows, those James Garners, God rest his soul, those guys, those Marlon Brandos, we're going to put those people together, men and women of all ages, to save this planet for one another. University of Georgia is like that now. It's getting there. Okay? After traveling around the world, I know if you can notice, those people want to fight, and it's also so good with the picket signs. But if they win that with the picket signs, there's only half of their success.
So it's interesting as you talked about that season of Roots.
Yes, sir.
And I've had so many conversations, again, with Richard Lawson and Lynn Turman and Bill Duke, Jack A and others. And the reason why I think the stories are important, and why we have to hear them, so people understand that when they turn that television on today, when they go to the big screen and they see these movies and shows, understand it was a long battle, struggle, fight to get that, to get to even just where we are today.
Right. Well, we've got other options now. We can just open our mouth and we're on screen. You know, I'm flirting with the story of Mary McLeod Bethune.
Mm-hmm.
I heard about Mary McLeod Bethune's friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt.
Mm-hmm.
And became real tight real quick because her husband was dying of alcoholism. So she came back one day to the White House and he was in a wheelchair with a blanket. And she grabbed the blanket, pulled the bottom, and he went like this, and she said, it's a true story. I'm going to give this back to you, but here's first what I want you to do first is I want you to integrate the armed forces because we're losing the war. And FDR said, no, they're not capable. He said, I don't care what you say. Call Ike. So he calls Ike and says, I want you to integrate the army. He said, these people are not prepared. I don't care. We're going to integrate the war. Tuskegee Airmen, 135th Regiment Army, Holland, and 5 others. And so they put him on the world's biggest bigots in the United States Army was Patton. So give me Patton, I'll take care of that. Leave them to me. North Africa, El Qaeda. They get their reputation as chess masters. He was a chess master. He was about to annihilate the British. El Qaeda in North Africa. There's one last spot for him to go before he says, charge. A young Tuskegee Airman looked out the window and said, wait a minute, that's the such and such maneuver. Called the tank battalion and said, go to that place and don't give it up. As a result of them not giving it up, they beat Field Marshal Rommel, sent him up through Italy, back to Berlin, calling the people Slots. Where did it get started? The friendship of Mary McLeod Bethune and Eleanor Roosevelt. So when FDR died, Eleanor Roosevelt was responsible for the United Nations, Ralph Bunche, A. Philip Randolph, Walter White, and others. She was in the middle of all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Mary McLeod Bethune. That's the story that we have to tell.
Right.
And there's so many like it. Because there was supposed to be dangers if we knew. It's essential that we all know now.
Right, and to me, it's dangerous if we don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. More people don't know about you. I've known you for many years. Yes, I remember. You and Al, you're necessary.
Black Star Network is
a real revolutionary right now.
I thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
one thing I love to see. I love to see you mentioning Will and Taraji and this whole new crowd.
Yeah, I just finished working with Taraji.
I love to see them give appreciation in your presence.
Well, I have
So
something
was
to tell you,
sitting
but I
for
can't tell you here. How about you today? Oh, thank you from Taraji.
See, the reason I think that's important, because I think about my grandmother. So my grandmother, so my grandparents lived 8 blocks from us. So we were, and so basically, me and my whole family went to the same Catholic church. It was founded in my grandparents' living room. And the thing is, when you walk into my grandparents' house, you greeted them first.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And it didn't even matter if there were other aunts. I remember I kissed my Aunt Helen first. My Aunt Helen.
You had Aunt Helen too?
My Aunt Helen was my grandfather's sister.
Wow.
They lived like 3 doors down from my grandparents. My grandmother got an attitude. No, it was hot.
Yes, sir.
That
Yeah.
I dared greet Aunt Helen before her.
Yes.
I'm like, well, I ran to her first. No, she ain't like that. And so, to me, it's always important when we are in the presence of those who came before us, paved the way, that we
get that honor.
And every time, and not just I saw
the president.
I mean, that's important. That's vital to me.
Yeah.
When that happens, that if you're sitting over here, you walk across that room, and you say thank you. Or good to see you.
You got that right, sir. You got that right. That's what we have to spread around the world. Those people should be honored. Because first of all, they have knowledge. We have milked the knowledge from them.
There you go.
They have something to work for what it's worth. I'm trying to do your job now. I'm trying to do a podcast called For What It's Worth. And then that hammer, just knock on the door and say, blah, 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 and go on about my business.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do when we get this age. My great-grandma, she, I don't know how old she was when she passed away. But she had one thing that I remember. It was railroad mill snuff. She was down here in Georgia. So she had two friends who were the deaconesses of the church, First Baptist Church. So she said, keep talking about, I'm at least 10 years older than both of you, you know that? And thank God, who is it? Somebody answered the door. But she had said that God was here before you got here. He was here while you're here. He's going to be here long after you're gone. So you better calm down and let him run things. That's her. That's her. We all have somebody in our lives, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to him. Listen to him.
In your field.
Yes, sir.
Who were those pillars for you? That when you were in their presence, you just wanted to listen to them and just ask them questions and just.
Well, I was adopted. I was 17 years old on Broadway in 1953. That's was my possible.
Mm-hmm.
Straight in high school. So the people used to come and bring me sandwiches with Adam Clayton Powell and Hazel Scott. Paul Robeson when he was in town. He was so happy to see this young kid in the show because he went to tears. He would laugh. He'd shake your hand, his fingers were by my elbows. He was a big, wonderful, big boy. That's what he was. Yeah. And there was Hazel Scott who was in the play with me, Take a Giant Step. Frederick O'Neill, the first black person to act a check with me. Estelle Hemsley. I had the Max Glanville. There was some very nice people. Used to come and bring me my sandwiches, my barbecue from Holland. And so that was, oh my goodness. Wilt. I was hanging out with Wilt a lot. I was the kid on the block. I was so spoiled, man. I was so spoiled. So my great-grandma came up one day, and she says, oh, Grandma, you made it. And she slapped me. And then there's a room full of famous people, right?
Right.
I said, well, you slapped me. She slapped me again. She says, I taught you how to be respectful for your grandma. And I didn't see that up there. I said, no, that's a play. That's a play. I don't care. And I'm going to come back next week, make sure you don't say it again, right?
Wow.
Now Paul Roberson's on the floor in stitches.